We'll call the city council meeting to order. It's 5:02 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Kaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci is absent. Councilmember Sheikh.
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code 54956.9D1, 54957.6, and 54956.8. Thank you. Good evening. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Oops. Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, flag salute and invocation. Is there anyone in the audience who is a military veteran? Please stand or raise your hand so we may recognize you. And now, please rise, and Councilman Kaji will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Kalani in the invocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please face the flag and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Lord, as we gather here today to make decisions on matters that impact our city, let us take a moment of reflection and unity. May we be guided by your wisdom, compassion, and fairness as we discuss the issues before us. Let us remember the responsibility we have to represent and serve the people of our city with integrity and dedication. May our decisions be for the greater good, and may we always strive to make our city a place of opportunity, equality, and prosperity for all. In this moment, let us send our thoughts and positive energy to those in need within our city and beyond, and may we find ways to support and uplift one another in times of challenge. We ask for your guidance and inspiration in our deliberations today, that our actions may reflect the values of unity and progress that our city stands for. Amen.
Thank you both. We're on to item 4, announcement of withdrawn. Oh, item 3, I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparrian, City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications. Item 8D from Community Services to accept and file report on Coyote Management Plan and approve Second Amendment to Contract Service Agreement for citywide coyote trapping services. And item 10A from Community Development to consider appeal of Planning Commission approval of a wireless telecommunications facility permit to allow the installation of a replacement wireless telecommunication facility designed as a false tree and the installation of related equipment on property located in the C2 zone at 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard, and adopt resolution denying appeal. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And tonight, I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Barbara Cass, a former city employee who passed away September 11, 2023, at the age of 75. Born on August 29, 1948 in Brooklyn, New York, Barbara moved to California in 1974. Barbara began her career in the city of Torrance on January 13, 1986, as a typist clerk in the city clerk's office. She was promoted to intermediate library clerk in February 1989 and to senior typist clerk in April 1989. After working in several departments throughout the city, Barbara was promoted to secretary in the purchasing division in October 1990. During Barbara's tenure in purchasing, she was always willing to help individuals navigate through the various financial systems the finance department integrated. She was the go-to person for answering questions, and if she didn't know an answer or couldn't personally help, she would find someone who could. Barbara had her only child, Cheryl, in 1978. She and her daughter were very involved with the Metropolitan Education Theater Network, a nonprofit educational organization committed to providing young people with a unique opportunity to be active participants in the dramatic process as actors, singers, and dancers. While Cheryl partook in many performances, Barbara contributed behind the scenes with costume and set design. While employed, Barbara continued to support children's productions at the James Armstrong Theater, and her daughter has many fond memories of visiting City Hall, going to the Rose Float Officials Night, and riding in the Armed Forces Day Parade with the elected officials. Barbara remained in the purchasing division until retirement in 2018 after 32 years of service. Once retired, Barbara relocated to Hemet, California, where she enjoyed relaxing with her 3 cats, Alex, Diana, and Ghost. Barbara is survived by her daughter Cheryl Haberland and 3 grandchildren, Ruby, Harley, and Wyatt. A celebration of Barbara's life was held on September 23rd. Our deepest sympathy is with Barbara's family, friends, and co-workers. May she rest in peace. Our next announcement would be Councilwoman Kalani for National Arts and Humanities Month.
Thank you, Mayor. National Arts and Humanities Month was launched by Americans for the Arts more than 30 years ago. Every October, the nation celebrates equitable access to the arts at local, state, and national levels. The City of Torrance joins in this celebration for the month of October. We invite the citizens of this community to attend exhibitions and performances. We also encourage you to take advantage of the many learning and entertainment opportunities available at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center, the Downtown Theater, and other venues throughout the city. You can learn more at arts.torranceca.gov.
Thank you. Next announcement on National Rideshare Month. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. As we approach the month of October, I'd like to announce that next month is National Rideshare Month. The city would like to encourage all residents and employees to consider alternative modes of transportation throughout the month. Did you know the typical passenger car emits more than 4.6 metric tons of CO2 in the air every day? That is almost 28 pounds per day. And it's not just CO2. Vehicles emit localized air pollutants and fine particulate matter that increase the risk of respiratory illnesses like asthma. Let's continue to help raise awareness of the benefits of ride sharing, taking Torrance Transit, driving an alternative fuel vehicle, walking, or biking to work. This will help not only our environment by reducing our carbon footprint, but also lessen the burden on our wallets, reduce our road congestion, and improve air quality. See if Torrance Transit fits your commute by visiting transit.torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Next announcement on Fire Prevention Week. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we are proud to recognize the week of October 8th, Fire Prevention Week in the city of Torrance. This year's National Fire Prevention Week campaign is called Cooking Safety Starts With You. The community is encouraged to be on alert when cooking. If you are sleepy or have taken medication, do not use the oven or stove, and always stay in the kitchen while cooking. If a fire occurs on the stovetop, place a lid over the pan and turn the burner off. If the oven is on fire, turn the heat off and keep the door closed. If you have any doubt about fighting a small fire, authorities say just get out. Close the door behind you and call 911. Statistics show that community members who engage the public in education measures and practice the safety recommendations are more prepared and more likely to survive a fire. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank the Torrance Fire Department for their dedication to reduce the occurrence of residential fires and fire-related injuries and deaths through community outreach and education. Fire safety tips and brochures are available in the back of the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, let's see, did I get this right? Tonight, during National Preparedness Month, I'd like to highlight the City of Torrance Community Emergency Response Team, also referred to as CERT. Co-led by the Torrance Fire Department and the Office of Emergency Services, the CERT program educates community members about disaster preparedness and trains for hazards that may impact the area. The training consists of classroom instruction and hands-on exercises. The Torrance Refining Company is committed to public safety and would like to ensure the residents are prepared in the event of a disaster. The Torrance Refining Company, LLC, would like to present the city with a $10,000 check for the CERT program. The city accepts this generous donation to the CERT program by the Torrance Refinery, LLC. As a city, we are proud to have strong partnerships with organizations in the community who also see the value in emergency preparedness. I'd like to invite the Office of Emergency Service staff, Barbara Graham, and Assistant Fire Chief Darren Clark of the Torrance Refinery Company, LLC, to the podium for the presenting of the CERT program check to share a few words and take a photo. Please come.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and Torrance neighbors. Good evening. I'm Barbara Graham with the Torrance Refining Company, and I'm pleased to be here tonight during National Preparedness Month to introduce my colleague here with me tonight, Darren Clark. Darren is a 32-year resident of Torrance. In fact, he was born right here at Torrance Memorial, and his career at the refinery has been just as long. He is a safety advisor supervisor, a certified emergency medical technician, a certified FEMA incident commander, rescue and hazmat certified, and a fire instructor too. Darren also serves as our assistant fire chief at the Torrance Refinery Fire Station. I would now like to invite Chief Clark to say a few words.
Good evening, City Council. I'd like to take the opportunity to present the company's continued support for the Torrance CERT program. At the Torrance Refinery, we value the importance of emergency preparedness and training to keep our workers safe and the community. As a longtime resident, I live 540 steps from the refinery, so me and my family have a big to do in Torrance. So tonight we'd like to show support to help the community be prepared and raise an awareness for the about the importance of preparing for emergency situations. It means a lot to me and my coworkers and the families and the people that I live around. For years, the Torrance Refinery, or the City of Torrance and the Torrance Fire Department have conducted a highly successful CERT program. To benefit the Torrance community at large, I encourage anybody that has seen the CERT program to join it if they see fit to do. On behalf of the Torrance Refining Company, I'm happy to present a $10,000 donation to continue the refiner's participation in the city to further the success of the CERT program. Thank you for the City Torrance Office of Emergency Services and the Fire Department, and to the City Council. Thank you.
There is an actual check in here, yes. No, it's okay. You can just show the folder. Yeah.
We gladly received the check.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
think I'll go up for this one. Okay, next announcement, I think it's yours, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we embark on our international trip to both Kashiwa, Japan and Hwaseong, South Korea next month, I'd like to give a brief overview of our efforts to expand the city's portfolio in international trade and foreign direct investment in Torrance. While the purpose of our upcoming international trip to Kashiwa is to celebrate the sister city program and the 50th anniversary of our partnership, I'm thrilled to share that we will have an opportunity to visit Honda Motor Company Limited's headquarters in Tokyo, visiting with Honda's executive team. There are conversations currently in the works, and hopefully in the future, we will be able to announce new businesses that will come here to Torrance that will create new jobs and opportunities. During our visit to Hwaseong City, located just 30 minutes south of Seoul, we have 3 full days of networking opportunities, company site visits, and meetings with industry executives. I and my council colleagues are looking forward to learning more about Hwaseong City and how our two communities can increase two-way trade and investment that will mutually benefit both. Thank you to the city staff for coordinating these meetings and for preparing translated marketing materials to take with us overseas. I look forward to sharing more details of our trip upon our return. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Rebecca Poirier.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to announce the next City of Torrance general municipal election on March 5th, 2024. Residents who live in City Council Districts 2, 4, and 6 will be eligible to vote for the council member in their district. The City Clerk's elections webpage has been updated with the candidate intentions filed within the City Clerk's office so far. If you are interested in or considered running for office, please contact the City Clerk's office to make an appointment to discuss and receive a preliminary packet with information on running for office. The nomination period opens by appointment only on Monday, November 13th, and will end on Friday, December 8th. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deputy Fire Chief Alec Miller.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Torrance Refining Company conducts their community alert siren on the first Wednesday of every month. They will be conducting the next monthly test of the community alert siren test on October 4th at approximately 11:30 a.m. This is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, all clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, the public is encouraged to shelter, shut, and listen. In home or outdoors, go indoors. Close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If you're driving, continue to drive, close the windows and vents, turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance webpage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. The League of California Cities, now referred to as Cal Cities, 2023 Annual Conference and Expo was held last week at the Sacramento Convention Center, September 20 through 22nd. Myself, Councilmember Shake, the city manager, and the deputy city attorney attended the sessions. And the session conference featured general sessions, workshops, networking events for hundreds of leaders from all sections of city government, including mayors, council members, city managers, city clerks, city attorneys, fiscal officers, and other city staff from cities all around the state of California. This year's conference offered educational, innovative leadership sessions across a variety of formats with a roster of more than 100 speakers. Educational sessions and the expo supported city leaders by equipping them with the latest knowledge, resources, and tools to advance their communities and assist officials in their daily roles and operations within their city. Major issues discussed involved housing policy, taxation, homelessness, public safety, and upcoming state constitutional amendments impacting voter approval required to pass local tax measures. For the record, Torrance is no longer an active member of Cal Cities due to our concerns that Cal Cities has not lived up to their mission of protecting cities. But we did attend as non-members because we value the opportunity to hear the sessions that they do offer, as well as to network with other city officials from around the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have an oral request to the council. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to request that staff move forward with exploring options to allow a 2-day Irish Fair and Music Festival to be held in the city of Torrance next year, July 20 to the 21st, 2024. Hosting a cultural and musical festival could bring a wide range of benefits to the city, both economically and culturally. The group would like to book a portion of Charles Wilson Park during the 2-day event and will need to work around the Torrance Farmers Market. They will also present an item to the City Council in advance of the event for approval of exceptions to certain city regulations. The Irish Fair and Music Festival Foundation, a local nonprofit, has been around for more than 40 years, celebrating traditional Irish folk dancing, music, food, and a wide range of fun activities for the whole family. The group will be required to pay a security deposit to cover costs for security, traffic control, as well as parking and shuttling, among other things to be determined by the special events team. Do I have council concurrence? Looks like a 6-0. Thank you. Next item, community matters. Tonight, the city has the honor of recognizing a special Torrance resident. The city's Community Service Department's Recreation Division and the Commission on Aging launched the Centenarian Program in 2022 in honor of Torrance residents celebrating their birthday of 100 years or older. I'd like to present Torrance's third recipient of the Centenarian Program, Mrs. Keiko Dorothy Hasegawa, with a proclamation and a centenarian coin. Mrs. Hasegawa, along with her family, are here to accept this special recognition. But before I make you stand up, I'd like to ask our council members to read the proclamation, and then you will come up so that you're not standing long. So we'll start with Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereas the longevity of life is a blessing for an individual and for a community, it is with great joy and admiration that we celebrate the life and legacy of Mrs. Keiko Dorothy Hasegawa, who has reached the remarkable milestone of 100 years and
Whereas Torrance resident Keiko Dorothy was born on August 11th, 1923 in Stockton, California, and moved to the city of Torrance in 1949. As one of 6 siblings, she learned the values of family, unity, and resilience from an early age, laying the foundation for the unwavering love and support she would later share with her own family. And
Whereas Keiko Dorothy, a true beacon of strength and wisdom, embraced a new chapter of opportunities and friendships in Torrance. She would later marry the late Setsao Ted Hasegawa, a hardworking and dedicated individual who supported his family through his auto repair business, and later as a heavy equipment supervisor for 15 years with the city of Torrance, who left his own indelible mark on his community. And
Whereas Keiko Dorothy Hasegawa, a devoted stay-at-home mother, dedicated herself to raising 6 children with love, nurturing, and care, shaping them into responsible and compassionate individuals. Keiko's dedication and joy extends to her 6 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren, all of whom have been blessed with her cherished guidance and presence. And
Whereas Keiko Dorothy's exceptional culinary skills and creative talents became evident in her exquisite cooking and the beautiful clothes she lovingly crafted for her children. Keiko's community service extended beyond her family and included her active involvement in her church, the Torrance, Civitan, and various service clubs throughout the South Bay, reflecting her deep dedication to the betterment of society. And whereas Mrs. Keiko Dorothy Hasegawa has been a source of inspiration for all of those who have had the privilege of knowing her, exemplifying the virtues of patience, kindness, and a boundless spirit which have left an indelible mark on the hearts and the lives of those around her.
Now therefore I, George Chen, Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim Mrs. Keiko Dorothy Hasegawa at the blessed age of 100 as centenarian of the City of Torrance, and wish her continued prosperity and admiration from the entire community for a distinguished and incredible life. Signed this 26th day of December 2023. I'd like to invite Mrs. Hasegawa and members of the Commission on Aging to join me at the podium for a special presentation. And if the family member want to join, please join me at the podium. Yeah. You want to come this side? Oh.
To Mayor Chen and everyone on the Torrance City Council, my family and I would like to thank you ever so much for your kindness and warmth tonight. My mom is the best mom, the best grandma, the best great-grandma, and we're just so happy for her to receive this recognition tonight. Thank you so much.
Does she want to say anything? Okay. Thank you very much, and let's take this photo here. You get a proclamation, and you get a special coin as well. So we got everybody. Make sure everybody's showing.
The city will give you pictures. Don't worry.
Wait, one more.
Are there family members
Yes.
who want to come up?
Yes.
I think you're wanted, sir.
That's one of his grandchildren.
But you're going the wrong direction. You're going to have to limbo under there.
Lisa, get the picture.
All right.
Choo-choo, Mom. Okay. That's choo-choo. Lisa. All right now? Yeah. Really nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, very nice. I appreciate that. Because I did it for you, and I just told everybody about this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Isn't that nice?
surprise? Thank you very much. I know. You probably wouldn't remember. She said she's surprised about the bouquet. Oh, really? And I said, if you would have known about it, you would have.
You want to go through the middle aisle? Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to City Clerk before speaking. City Clerk, you want to go down those who signed up? It's now 7:06.
Andy?
Hello everyone. I have to behave because my fine daughter, she can watch me on the television, so she's watching me. Anyway, I watched the State of City address, Mr. Chan, and I thought Patrick Furry was delusional, and you proved me wrong. I mean, I thought he was the most delusional person, but you proved me wrong. You know what I mean? And the other thing, you are going to for this trip. First of all, learn that, how you're going to get these people working for $3 an hour. Because if you learn how to work $3 an hour, all of our problem would be solved. We could export everything to the world all around. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what you find out by spending our money on your Asian trip, how to work for peanuts.
Bob T.
Yeah, I'm a Torrance resident here to speak in opposition to the Green Line extension because I'm for mass transit actually, but I don't think this is going to do what it's going to do. Specifically, there's not a lot of population density along that corridor to support it. The population density in the South Bay is mainly aerospace, and while I'm sure there are people that commute downtown LA, by math, if it's going to be 4.8 miles, half of that, 2.4 miles of those people are already closer or as close to the facility on Crenshaw, because there's a perfectly good Marine, the Redondo Beach Station, plenty of parking, plenty of lighting. And I don't think the $2 billion for 4.8 miles is going to offset the decrease in property values, security concerns. And I applaud, I think, a couple members of the council that have actually commented on this specific project at this specific time.
Danielle?
Greetings, Mayor Chen and City Council members. I'm pleased to invite you to the opening reception for the Sewer Biennial, and in case of emergency on Saturday, October 7th from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Torrance Art Museum. The exhibits will run through December 2nd. The 7th Sewer Biennial, located in the main gallery, is one of the 16 exhibitions that are taking place throughout the Southern California. The Sewer Biennial explores complex notions of globalization and exchange that take place in the ambiguous borderlands between SoCal and Latin America. The museum's contribution, Mala Muerte, Religious Syncretism in the Latin American Identity, examines the conceptual whispers of indigenous belief systems hidden under Catholicism. In Gallery 2, Tony Baker's In Case of Emergency is an installation of large-scale ceramic objects that evokes a dreamlike state to confront the crisis of climate change in relation to underprivileged communities. For more information, go to torranceartmuseum.com or go to TAM Advocate.
Charlie Salinas.
Everyone, I am Charlie Salinas. Tonight I'd like to bring attention to the mostly unappreciated school crossing guards. These reliable and dedicated people put their lives at risk every school day by standing in the middle of a street with a stop sign to stop the distracted or drunk drivers from hitting our children while they cross the street. And I'd like to show our appreciation if we could go out and get them gift cards from our local establishments like Torrance Bakery, Fox Drugs, or Rita's Cozy Cafe. If you can't afford the $5 for a gift card for these people, maybe you could ask a neighbor, a relative, or a friend for $2 or $3, and then you would have $5 to get a gift card. Thank you.
Julie Adelson.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I'm Julie Adelson. I ask that you end the coyote trapping program and instead utilize effective, non-lethal strategies that have been proved successful in other cities. Your trapping program has not been successful. To date, according to city records, there has been no measurable decrease in the number of coyotes or altercations with pets, and yet you are spending $79,000 taxpayer dollars each year. Money that could be better spent on preventive measures that actually work. Trapping is cruel and inhumane as coyotes are trapped with snares and killed in a gas chamber, a method so cruel that the American Veterinary Medical Association recommends not using it. The only person benefiting from the trapping program is the trapper, and there is reason to believe he's not complying with state trapping regulations, which would violate his contract with the city. Council members, I urge you to vote against item 8D, extending trapping for another year. Thank you.
Gloria Gutierrez.
Hello, members of the council. Thank you for being here today. My name is Gloria Gutierrez, and I'm a worker in Torrance. And I had occasion this last week to go to the La Brea tar pits, and I decided to look up what it would take if I took the bus and public transit. And it was 2.5 hours for me to get from here to there. The first mile and a half, mile 0.3, were just a walk to my very first bus stop. So that made it sound like to me buses are not running in a way that allows us to utilize public transportation here in Torrance, being that I would have to walk 1.3 miles before I got to my very first bus stop. So I urge members here to consider increasing our public transportation options, especially the light rail that's scheduled to be talked about next month. So thank you very much.
Alec.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Alix, and this is Gabriella Fisher, and we're here on behalf of the Tobacco Free Torrance Coalition to present these award of recognitions to Torrance City Council and Michelle Ramirez for establishing and supporting a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance back in August that promotes clean air and the development of healthy communities. This is from our coalition, if I could pass these to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Torrea?
Good evening, Mayor Chen and City Council. Tonight as a community, once again, we are looking out for one another and seeking your help as civil servants to give us the transparency as residents who are in various stages of becoming displaced or homeless as we are given notices to vacate. You already know what we're up against with the project Dunbar Investments is doing in trying to force us out of our apartment units. Old Torrance is a desirable community, and we need for complete and open transparency as many lives here are going to become affected. They are many, 40 to be exact. If we are to believe you act in the best interests of our community, I urge you to stop, think, and listen to what this project will turn Old Town Torrance into. Old Town Torrance needs to remain a balanced community without consideration for
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. Okay. We still have about 5 minutes left. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on oral communications? One. You have 1 minute. You could be, if you want, you could queue it. You could queue up. If you don't need a whole minute, just end after you're done.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I have another agenda on today. My name is Denelia Martinez, and my daughter, Kristen Martinez here is, we're both Torrance residents at the Arlington Apartments. Anyway, this is a separate agenda. Kristen is enrolled in this Easter Seals Day program for adults with disabilities. The Easter Seals building, which is located at 2251 Torrance Boulevard here in Torrance, 90501, has been under renovations for approximately a year or more. The program was relocated to El Nido Park in Redondo Beach while the building has been undergoing renovations. It's my understanding that construction has been completed for some time now, and they're just waiting for the city inspector to sign off on it so they can reopen the program there. As you might imagine, the park isn't the best location for this group of people with disabilities, and have some have had.
Ma'am, your time is up. Ma'am, your time is up. Please stay within the 1 minute max, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chuck from Kotar. Since the virtual takeover of Torrance Airport by outside corporate flight schools, literally thousands of us residents have been petitioning the council for relief from the safety risks, pollution, and noise caused in our neighborhoods. Tonight, I'm sad to report what most of you, I'm sure, have already heard, is that one of those planes based here at Torrance Airport went down yesterday in Wilmington, San Pedro. I hope the two badly injured occupants of the plane will survive, but it is time to stop those flights here.
It's asinine that we are approaching 5 years, a half a decade since Torrance Police Department stole the life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in 15 seconds, and the one thing in your direct purview, the creation of an independent civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department, still has not come to fruition. A department that not only killed Christopher, but multiple others and is embroiled in a scandal that you all try to pretend like it didn't happen. 2 cops vandalized an impounded vehicle with a swastika. At least 30 Torrance cops were sending racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, anti-black messages for years. The department is now under investigation from the DOJ, and all of you sit here and all of you have blood on your hands. You have done nothing on your own. We have forced your hand at every single turn, and we're not done yet. You need to create a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department now. It is the literal least you can do. You don't want us here anymore. They don't want to be here. They don't want to listen to us anymore. We don't want to be here.
Your time is up, ma'am.
So the easy thing to do is to create a civilian
Your time is up.
of the police department.
Next person.
Say his name.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Say his name.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Say his name.
Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Future disruptions in the city council meeting, you will be ejected. Go ahead, sir.
When we talk about land use, we have to acknowledge that there is blood on this land. We are on Tongva land. Torrance PD killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Adequate land use would look like reparations, accountability, including implementing an independent civilian oversight committee. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire the officers who killed Christopher. And Mayor Chin, you let those white folks say their full piece on 9F last meeting, and you didn't cut them off. That's not okay.
This is the last person for orals. Sorry, sir.
I wanted to talk about something that was on the consent agenda that we didn't get to comment on. And this is your recommendation that the City Council approve a memorial, a Justice Assistance Grant memorial. I've said this before. You should be creating an award for the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. She was most impacted, directly impacted by the racism in the police department and in the city council. And I just want to say, as we say over and over, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was murdered by the cops. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, a young 23-year-old man, was murdered by Torrance police in cold blood.
Your time is up, man. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to consent calendar. Do any members of the city council wish to pull any items under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A, from the Fire Chief and General Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there is, Your Honor.
Hang on. That group yelling is ejected from the City Civic Center building. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Hudson, I'm Assistant Fire Chief assigned to the Logistics Division, presenting item 9A. This is from Fire and General Services, requesting approval to appropriate funds and authorize purchase order for 3 replacement fire engines as a cooperative purchase with Sourcewell. Expenditure for this item is $3,133,134. It's the recommendation of the Fire Chief and General Services Director that City Council appropriate that amount from the Fleet Vehicle Replacement Funds balance to the Fleet Vehicle Replacement Funds fiscal year 2023-24 operating budget, and to authorize a purchase order with South Coast Fire Equipment of Ontario, California, in the amount of $3,133,134 for the purchase of these 3 Pierce 1,500 gallon per minute triple combination pumper fire engines as a cooperative purchase with Sourcewell. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Chief Brian. Question on the warranty on these engines.
Yeah, that's a very good question. The warranty is kind of broken down into many different components of the engines. These are complex vehicles. The warranty basically varies depending on what portion of the engines that we're talking about. Anywhere from 1 year for the Pierce Basic Apparatus Limited Warranty Service up to 50 years for the chassis itself. There's warranties specifically for the chassis structural integrity, front axles are 3 years, rear axles are 5 years, paint, corrosion protection, 10 years prorated. So it varies greatly depending on what part or component of the apparatus that we're talking about.
Thank you, Chief Hudson. Also, what do we do when we replace those engines with the existing engines?
What do we do with the existing ones that are serving as reserves in our fleet?
That is correct.
Typically, those are going to be retired or decommissioned, and we have either donated. Actually, we primarily made donations to our local community college with their fire service or fire science program. Some of them have also gone to other departments outside the country. And there was also a donation, I don't know if you saw recently in the news, there was a donation from a neighboring Southern California department to Maui to replace one of them that they lost.
So just to follow up, so when they're decommissioned, does this mean they are completely not usable, or?
They're decommissioned from use, and at their advanced age are reserves. We follow the NFPA recommendations, the standards on fire engine construction and use, and the recommendations are at 20 years of age that the pumps be disabled so that they can't go into pump. They basically serve as what we would term water manifolds. We can use them for training just to work off of hydrant pressure, but they won't go into pump. They're going to be decommissioned if they were to stay in the area.
So is it fair to say that will be risky to use those after their certain life? That's the reason we're changing them
We
now.
keep the service life recommendations in line with nationally recognized standards for a few reasons. One of them, reliability does become a little bit concerning. The other thing is cost of maintenance. After 20 years of dedicated service, the maintenance costs really start to escalate.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think I guess the question's gone. I thought there was another click-in. Does any members of the public wish to speak on this item? You get 1 minute.
Hello, this is Andy Porchop, and I'm for the new fire engines because our firefighters need good and up to the time machinery, engine, and this and that, because I observed them yesterday and I made a little video. What are they doing with these engines? I filmed them shopping in Redondo Beach. What's the name of the place? Trader Joe. Trader Joe. They were all nice for very good looking, very slim firefighter using the $750,000 fire engine. Now, this is gonna be $1 million. So we have to buy this so they, for sure, they can go to Redondo Beach and spend our tax dollars.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Do you have a, looks like I have some motion to concur. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to concur with the recommendation of the Fire Chief and General Services Director.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, the motion carried with Councilmember Tucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9B, the Council Strategic Plan Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Danny Santana with the City Manager's Office. Next slide, please. This evening, staff will be providing Mayor, Council, and the community a background on the city's strategic plan, the current implementation design, the City Council Strategic Plan Committee recommendation, and discussing next steps. Next slide, please. The most recent Council-adopted strategic plan builds upon the prior citizen efforts that were led in 1996 and 2008. Both current and prior city councils have made a concerted effort to create a common vision and anticipating the future based on community input. In 2019, the City Council appointed the Citizens Strategic Plan Committee, which consisted of members from various community organizations, business groups, homeowners associations, Torrance Unified School District, the Youth Council, and the Commission on Aging. These 17 amazing volunteers dedicated countless evenings and personal time to study the prior strategic plan priorities, review an environmental conditions assessment and statistically valid citizen survey. This was done so that they could assess the present and offer the City Council strategic priorities that could account for both current and future actions so that the Council can remain continually responsive, resilient, and accessible through your organization. Next slide. The Citizens Committee incorporated their experience during the global pandemic, as that occupied the majority of their internal development time. And they presented to the City Council in 2021 a new strategic priority that incorporated housing, retitled the traffic and transportation's priority to mobility, and also retitled Safe and Secure Community to Safe, Secure, and Equitable Community. The Citizens Committee also found the remaining priorities that had already existed, along with some additional goals and sub-goals, to continue to emphasize the importance that Council has placed through budget and programming, and the increased importance on emergency preparedness and inclusion where appropriate. Next slide. Each strategic priority includes goals and sub-goals that are intended to serve as guideposts as to how the city looks at ways to either sustain existing aspects of our operation or consider new areas to achieve the stated goals that are included in each strategic priority. In total, the Citizens Committee provided the Council 57 goals and 249 sub-goals across the 11 strategic priorities. Next slide. Next slide, please. So to offer a closer look as to how those goals and sub-goals are spread out through the 11 priorities, this chart along the left lists the existing strategic priorities recently adopted by Council, as was presented to you by the Citizens Committee. The goals are listed in blue and the sub-goals in orange. That represents the 57 goals and the 249 sub-goals. Next slide, please. Now this chart represents how those 249 goals are distributed across the various city departments. On the left, that pie chart identifies who the lead departments are. On the right, it identifies how many of those sub-goals need to be implemented through collaboration across departmental lines. To be exact, 219 of the 249 require collaboration across departmental lines. Next slide, please. Now, this is an image of our mad Excel spreadsheet that we used to start the effort to try and document and get our hands around the 249 initiatives that the Citizens Committee provided the Council. Now, this was a good start to identify who the lead departments would be, what kind of timelines they projected for implementation, but it was not ideal for identifying and tracking the progress that they would advance as they developed their implementation measures. Next slide, please. So to go from strategic plan to strategic implementation, the city manager and I felt that there was a need, based on the plan's span and scope, to identify an integrated plan management solution that would be easy for staff to use, would be helpful from a progress tracking, and it would be simple for the public to be able to access updates. Next slide, please. We also wanted to identify where those intersections between the departments existed so that we could do what we do best, and that is collaborate across departmental lines in order to advance the council and the community's priorities. Next slide, please. A recent example of that is the city council directed effort to salvage the sports complex just north of the Civic Center. By collaborating with a major corporate citizen, we were able to salvage a facility working across departmental lines, across agency lines in our collaboration with the State Administrative Office of the Court, otherwise known as the Judicial Council. We were also able to further an existing corporate relationship as it led to additional sponsorship at the Wilson Park roller rink. Next slide. So, as the departments commenced developing implementation measures, a common theme arose. During this process, 154 of the 249 sub-goals were found to be more aligned with operational measures that had already been envisioned, already under development, or currently sustained by prior council action. 95, however, were found to be more visionary, and those goals required new implementation measures, necessitated alterations to existing programming or services, or otherwise were new ones for the departments. Next slide. One example of a strategic item was out of the strategic priority, appearance, character, and quality of the community. Goal 1 listed the achieve and maintain of distinctive appearance that reflects the character and high standards of the entire community and its unique neighborhoods. The implementing sub-goal for this goal was to create attractive signage with identifiable, distinct, unifying theme as a part of an overall branding strategy for the city. This was a measure that was already identified and advanced by your honorable body. Although this measure was already underway, and recently you've seen them constructed throughout town, again through interdepartmental collaboration, staff viewed this sub-goal to continue to be strategic, as it brought multiple city efforts together to identify those city districts and to improve our overall branding strategy. This was strategic, it was conceptual, interdisciplinary, and visionary. Next slide, please. In contrast, under the same strategic priority and goal, sub-goal 1.6 identified maintaining the citywide street tree program to emphasize distinctive neighborhood appearance, making maximum use of native or drought-tolerant, low water use trees, tree canopy, and other vegetation in streets, in developments, and open space, while considering balancing maintenance needs and the impact plants may have on infrastructure. This points to the citywide tree master plan that was identified and approved by council in May of 2016. This measure is already part of existing city operations. It is part of the design review process when new developments are included or reviewed. It is part of the capital planning project effort every time sidewalk infrastructure, street improvements, curb gutter improvements are being developed. Just because it's already been adopted doesn't mean it is still a priority for the city. But it is also an example of a measure that is operational. Rather than being strategic, because the council and staff have already led this effort. It is more of a focus of ensuring that we maintain and sustain the effort. Next slide, please. On June 13th of this year, the Council's Committee of the Strategic Plan, chaired by Councilwoman Lewis, and her committee colleagues, Councilman Griffiths and Councilman Kaji, received the strategic plan update, reviewed and considered the strategic plan in detail, and concurred with the city manager's recommendation on a number of areas, including an emphasis on strategic initiatives with monthly reporting and a development of a public-facing dashboard with semi-annual updates to the committee. The committee also discussed the need for a midpoint environmental scan that would be appropriate as a continued community pulse check. Next slide, please. So to elaborate on the plan's implementation and a focus on the strategic items, the committee reviewed and concurred to have monthly progress reporting on all items that were identified as strategic. The operational measures would still be continued to have regular check-ins and updates on a quarterly basis, but there would be an emphasis on those 95 that were identified as strategic. Next slide, please. The Achieve It software that was selected to help us in monitoring progress and reporting public updates provides a provides a visual of what staff sees and how we can continue to monitor that progress. Since the committee's review, staff has completed 2 rounds of updates on strategic items and 1 on operational. We've identified some minor tweaks that are included in your attachment C to account for changes within the organization. We've had some retirements, we've had some promotions, we've had some departures. We've also had some progress on various items. Out of the total 249 sub-goals, 83 sub-goals have been achieved, and 163 are designated on track. Next slide, please. This is another visual as to how the software assists us with ensuring that updates are timely provided and that it is easy for staff to use. Next slide. In completing those updates, staff is able to respond to an email that's automatically generated by the software, and they're also able to leverage pre-designed templates and graphics that are shown on the bottom to help them convey their progress. Next slide, please. Now, throughout this process, the CIT Director, Andrei Yermakov, and Administrative Analyst, Jillian Wade, were tremendous help in assisting with completing the Achieve It software implementation and coordinating the user training of the updaters from all the respective departments. Through this process, we conceptualized a concept to replicate that onboarding success toward progress update success. And we're calling these representatives strategic champions. A thank you to the city manager that supported this concept and the department heads that offered the assistance of their staff. And a special thank you to Jillian, Jane, Caleb, Michelle, and Lauren that will be continuing to support the implementation. Next slide. So these strategic champions have received additional comprehensive training in Achieve It since the committee's review and concurrence, and they've also participated in monthly CMO-led working groups. They're also providing their colleagues with support in maximizing the Achieve It software, and they're geographically and departmentally distributed throughout the organization to ensure a broader reach. Next slide. The Council Committee also discussed the need for a public-facing dashboard. On the right, that's a visual of what the public can review, and on the left is the link to the actual public dashboard. It's live. It provides summary overview of the numbers for both operational and strategic identified sub-goals and their respective status. There's also a breakdown by strategic priority that includes the same status updates. Staff will work internally with the champions to identify new ways in which highlight features can be incorporated for future updates before the Strategic Plan Committee of the City Council. Next slide. In addition, and as previously mentioned, the committee discussed the importance of a midpoint pulse check of the community. It has been the council's practice to have an interim environmental scan. It assesses the current underlying conditions, and it involves a statistically valid citizen survey. The last one was completed in 2014 following the 2008 strategic plan, And as it's been 10 years, and it'll be a good midpoint for the current implementation plan, the committee recommended to complete this environmental scan and statistically valid survey during the fiscal year 24-25. This would allow us to program that into the budget and allow for it to be the services retained and advanced in due time. Next slide. And one more. So, following the council's direction, staff will continue to complete our monthly updates with sub-goals, all sub-goals until achieved, and we'll look for new ways to make both the dashboard and the semi-annual updates before the council strategic plan committee include more visuals and more highlight features. Next slide. Staff recommends that the City Council accept and file the Council's Strategic Plan Committee meeting minutes and concur with the committee's strategic plan implementation program, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my appreciation to Danny and the city manager's team, and definitely to our committees that helped form the strategic plan and get our goals in alignment with our new software. And definitely thank and appreciate our city's strategic champions that will help us to move not only the new software forward, but also the public-facing dashboard as well. It'll be a good opportunity for the residents and those business people interested in Torrance to know exactly where we are. So I appreciate everyone coming together to make all of this coalesce to have a great strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the committee and the staff for your impressive work on the strategic plan and this presentation. I very much appreciate the transparency. I appreciate the access that it provides to the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
I guess we're pouring out the thanks, but it really deserves it. I know the Strategic Plan Committee worked for quite a long time and a huge amount of hours to put this all together, and it's a big job, but it's really the steering wheel of our city, and it's so important that it's done and done properly, and I compliment the committee, I compliment staff. The new software is a great tool to help keep us on track and to make it easy for us to see what's going on, and the visual dashboard provides that transparency that we need to provide for the public. So kudos to everybody. We spent an awful lot of time on our council committee reviewing this, and if there's nobody else, I'll be happy to make the motion to accept it. Well, we got to let public talk, so I'll make that motion afterwards.
Councilman Kaji.
That's right. Don't hold back the public. Thank you to the staff and for the committee for organizing this. I think it's very impressive and provides us with some good guidelines. I think one statement, though, underlying all this is the budget of the city of Torrance. And without a healthy budget, we won't be able to achieve these. Looking at page 14, the strategic example showing the various signs, I looked at these various signs that have Torrance Beach, Commercial Core, Downtown Torrance, the Brewery District, the Airport District. But since I represent District 1 and I have a lot of people from North Torrance here tonight, I don't know which one of these signs would apply to our district. So I'd like to challenge staff as we begin to, and I see you going for the mic, so if you have a response, I'm open to that.
Already underway, Councilman. This was just a sampling of what was our first pass. Council will be receiving a briefing in coming meetings to show you the other areas that are under development now.
Okay. I can accept that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, kudos and thanks to all the city staff for doing a great job, and special thanks to our city strategic champions, including, I think there are 5 champions. I really appreciate all your hard work.
Sir, no much disruption.
Thank you again. I just want to thank, and just for public awareness, what was the community outreach, if there was any? I know there were 17 members, active members that were involved. In addition to that, were there any outreach to the community?
When Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, during the strategic plan development process, in addition to the 17 community volunteers, there was a SWOT analysis with multiple city organizations, the statistically valid survey, and an outreach by mayor and council to solicit potential participants. So there was a substantial amount of community outreach leading up to the strategic plan development and during.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for doing a great job. That's very helpful. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, I think just a little background. I think during the last previous council, we actually nominated participating members for the community to participate in the strategic plan committee, and that happened, and then we had COVID, and that got extended. So it's been a very it's a committee that I would say had an asterisk year. So, anyone else from the council? Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Up again, I just would like to tell you that I understood each and every word, but this was the biggest gibberish that I ever heard of my life. And I think I should get a copy of this, if somebody could give me a copy. But just to give you the 250th sub-goal, or whatever, I never heard sub-goals, but anyway, a sub-goal for you. Sling, extend sling. They can spend more time here, more airplanes, more everything.
Sir, stay on topic, please.
It's not a topic, sir. Strategic plan is the topic. Do you speak English? I'm talking about the 250.
Sir, you are ejected from the city council for disrupting the meeting. You are ejected. You're going out now. You are ejected for disrupting the city council meeting. Just to be clear, you're ejected from the building for the rest of the night. I want to apologize to the public here. Sometimes we need to maintain some order. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
City Council. My name is Randolph Tyndall. I happen to be a retired computer teacher, specialist in Microsoft Excel, Word, PowerPoint, programming it with Visual Basic for applications and what have you, and have MOS certifications. I just want to say that it looks to me like it did a pretty good job. Thank you.
Appreciate the feedback, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to accept and file the Council Strategic Plan Committee meeting minutes and concur the Council Strategic Plan Committee implementation program.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to accept and file the June 13th Council Strategic Plan Committee meeting minutes and concur with the Council Strategic Plan Committee Strategic Plan Implementation Program.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Item 9C from the City Manager and Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Staff doesn't have a formal presentation, but would like to provide some background information on the item. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. In anticipation of the citywide capital projects totaling $75 million over the next 2 fiscal years, staff reviewed the procurement process and determined it takes about 32 weeks from development to execution when utilizing the formal bidding process. Implementing the recommended changes tonight to increase the contract award and formal bidding thresholds from $100,000 to $250,000 would save 4 weeks on the project timeline. This allows staff to deliver critical projects to the community in a more timely manner. To ensure that the recommended changes strike a balance of ensuring projects proceed more efficiently while ensuring the City Council retains approval of large-scale projects, staff reviewed procurements for the 12-month period ending June 2023. Staff found 47% of the number of contracts awarded were valued over $250,000. However, in terms of total contract value, 91% were represented by the items with contracts above $250,000. As a result, this change will ensure the City Council approves 91% of the contract dollar amount, but allows for nearly half of the contract volume to proceed more quickly. Additionally, staff also surveyed 15 cities of similar size and from around the South Bay as part of this process. Increasing the threshold to $250,000 would put the city in line with Santa Monica and just above Santa Clarita at $200,000. As part of the proposed change, staff will present at least 2 times per year an item to council to accept and file a report of all anticipated capital improvement projects with procurements between $100,000 and $250,000. Additionally, all purchases between $5,000 and $250,000 will be posted on the city's website when executed. Therefore, it is recommended by the City Manager and Finance Director that Council adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to purchases of personal property and services to better document current procurement practices in greater detail. Further, it is recommended that City Council adopt a resolution amending City Policy Number 3, increasing the formal procurement thresholds, as well as City Manager's appropriation and purchasing authority. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I can certainly appreciate the need to want to make government move a little faster, and to help do that, that's part of the reason why this item is before us, to let some of these issues be decided by our city manager as opposed to always come in front of council. And in general, I think we all agreed to that, and we'll hear on that tonight at our final vote here. But I just wanted to also include that it's also important that the city be transparent and provide the information on these significant purchases. And that's why we added and requested that those reports be provided to council multiple times per year, so that we are aware of what the city manager is approving without council authority, without council approval at a meeting under his authority. And so I think we've covered all the bases that are important, speeding up government and providing transparency, and I think that this accomplishes that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I also echo with my colleague, Councilman Griffith. I think this will help us to speed up the process, and I think this will be without compromising any transparency to the public. Just for clarity, these items still be part of consent calendar, and if we would like to pull any of those, we be able to pull those and discuss.
You will have an opportunity to address them at the time we bring it as a preview, should you have any questions or if you want to pull one of the items for separate consideration. But as a whole, you are allowing the city manager to make that decision on the projects and the contracts and services. We'll provide you updates, but the intent was we give you a preview at one time. And if you want to either separate a project completely, we can do that. If you have any questions about any of the projects, we can do that as well. But once it's approved at the council level, then we'll proceed with these projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you for the presentation, and I also concur with my colleagues that this will help us to maintain transparency while also increasing efficiency. Just to project ahead with the increase in authority and with the increase in efficiency, how would you project some of these then to move, and how would the public see, I guess, these efficiencies played out?
Great question, Councilman. I'm trying City Manager. There are several ways through our Finance and Government Operations Committee, a mechanism at mid-year, at the budget, we'll be able to provide updates. We are also working to create a citywide dashboard, which will, in real time, provide updates to the community. You'll be able to literally zoom into your neighborhood and see all the capital projects, projects in our parks, roadways, capital improvements, private improvements, as well as major projects. We're trying to consolidate all the various ongoing services and projects in one place, so residents don't have to navigate our city website trying to find out what's happening on a particular corner or their local library branch, as far as, and then the right-of-way improvement. So that'll be, that's one of my priorities, working through our IT, and then blending in with the strategic plan updates. Every opportunity we have, we'll make sure to both provide you with routine updates, also to share some of our successes with the community and building that credibility so we can bring, hopefully, next time a longer list to your honorable body for approval. Mr. Santana, I think, wants to add as well.
I like that because I think, recently, as we get constituent calls on the status of projects at our various parks, those are a point of frustration within the community. So I think if this increase in efficiency and also transparency to the public will allow them to understand challenges we may have in, let's say, supply chain and logistics and getting the actual, let's say, playground equipment delivered and then, scheduled installation. I think all that will go a long way towards, providing that transparency that the public expects and demands. But I appreciate this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the good thing is that, once we give the city manager the threshold, things that are already approved on the capital plan can move. If you, page 2.
Mayor, that's a great point.
Yeah.
All of these projects are budgeted.
Right.
They're within the authority of the council, so.
Absolutely.
They're not above and beyond what's already included in our budget.
Right. And on page 2, if you look at the second table, 91% of things are actually 250K and above, so it will come before us anyway. So it's really the things that it's the high dollar threshold is actually still a big chunk from Public Works. Okay, anyone else from the council? Any questions or comments? If not, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? It's safe to say most of us is feeling a little bit of a shock and awe. For those of us who watch our meetings regularly, you understand why I made that comment. Okay. We'll bring it back to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm going to do a motion, but I think we need a number and title.
Yes, we do. City Clerk, may we have number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Ordinance number 3923, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Section 12.1.8 entitled City Manager's Authority to appropriate and expend funds and amending Chapter 2 of Division 2 entitled Purchasing System, and Resolution Number 2023-90, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending City Policy Number 3 as set forth in Torrance Municipal Code Sections 12.1.8, 12.4.2, 12.4.5, 22.2.010, and 22.2.020, 22.3.070, 22.3.080, and 22.3.110.
I make a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-90.
Can you repeat that? No, I'm just kidding. Second.
And that would also include ordinance number 3923 as well, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Madam Clerk, Rebecca, can we verify the ordinance summary as well?
Yes, I was just gonna,
Thank you.
just
Thank
gonna
you,
mention that. Could you do an amendment to your motion to include the ordinance summary for publication?
Amended.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. That's 8:04. I'll allow staff to do a little transition. I know a lot of people in the audience, it looks like, is here for this item. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A. A recommendation of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director that City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding Planning Commission's approval of a wireless telecommunications facility designed as a false tree and the installation of related equipment on property located at C2, in the C2 zone at 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. Staff will begin with a presentation and respond to any questions the City Council may have. The appellant will have up to a 10-minute period to speak and make a presentation and respond to any questions the council may have. Then the proponent will have up to a 10-minute period to speak and make a presentation, respond to any questions the council may have. Lastly, the public comment period will begin with each speaker having up to 2 minutes per person to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the appellant will have up to a 5-minute period for a rebuttal. At this point, my colleagues have clicked in, and I believe we're going to make some disclosures. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a disclosure that on Sunday, September 24th, Councilmember Sharon Kalani and I met with the appellant and members of the Torrance Action Coalition at the location 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard, the site of the proposed cell tower. During our initial conversations, one of the members stated that the group had consulted with an attorney regarding this issue. I then asked the members of the group if the attorney was a resident in the community or providing the coalition with legal services. The members indicated that the attorney was providing services to the coalition group. Councilmember Kalani and I immediately stopped the meeting and advised that we could no longer proceed with this visit or the meeting. We provided the group with the city attorney's contact information. They in turn provided us with their counsel's information. I sent an email with Councilmember Kalani CC'd to advise Attorney Sullivan of the event and our subsequent actions. With this said, my decision tonight will be based on the record before us as well as the presentations and statements made during this public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar, on Sunday, September 24th, Councilmember Bridget Lewis and myself met with the appellant and members of the Torrance Action Coalition at 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard, the site of the proposed cell tower. During the initial conversation, we were informed, as one member stated, that the group had consulted an attorney regarding the issue. We asked members of the group if the attorney was a resident in the community and if they provided legal services. Members indicated that the attorney was providing legal services to the group. Councilmember Lewis and I immediately stopped the conversation and the meeting and advised those present that we could no longer proceed. We provided the group with City Attorney Patrick Sullivan's contact information, and they provided us with their counsel's information. Councilmember Lewis, with me present, sent an email to advise Attorney Sullivan of this event. My decisions tonight will be based on the record before, as well as the presentations and statements made during tonight's public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shade.
Thank you, Mayor. I also like to disclose that I did visit the property and also met with the appellant Torrance Action Coalition. At the time, I was advised that there will be a presentation with the attorney. So I discussed and I didn't go any farther detail about the information with the attorney, but my decision today will be based on the presentation provided to me today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Simple disclosure, I did visit the site. I looked at the front and the back of the property where the original facilities were, and I did not speak with anyone. My decisions will be based on items in the agenda and in our hearing presented here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wish to disclose that I have visited the site multiple times since last year, October 2022, to the present day. Both the proposed location of the cell tower as well as the adjacent residential neighborhood to the south, and also adjacent properties in the city of Gardena. I will disclose that I have had a teleconference with the Crown Castle executives and their attorney, and have also met with individuals in the surrounding neighborhood. And I will base my decision tonight upon testimony provided and evidence also provided to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too would disclose I did host a meeting at City Hall with a small group neighborhood community about the topic. I don't know if there was an attorney in the room. I was just listening. And then I went by the site today and just take a look in the front of the building, behind the building, drove to 159th Street, just take a look, and 160th Street. But my decisions tonight will be based on the information provided here, and I think we're ready to start. Do we have a staff presentation?
Evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. Joining staff tonight is Dr. Jonathan Kramer. Dr. Kramer has been a wireless technology advisor at local governments for almost 40 years and the city's trusted wireless and broadband advisor for several decades. He is also a licensed attorney. He and his firm review and all wireless projects presented to the city for compliance with federal and state laws and regulations. Dr. Kramer does not work for the wireless industry. In fact, Dr. Kramer is a member of the executive board of the public law section of the California Lawyers Association. Jonathan co-authored and co-edited the FCC's national guidance to local governments on wireless site radio frequency emissions and has served as an expert witness on behalf of local governments in connection with wireless siting and emission safety matters. Slide, please. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the project that includes location and zoning, site plan, elevation and visual simulations, site photos, and will conclude with a recommendation to the City Council. Slide, please. This slide represents the location and zoning of the subject property. The property is located on the south side of Redondo Beach Boulevard and is shaded in green. The property is surrounded by C2 general commercial zoning to the east and west, which is shown in red, R1 single-family residential zoning to the south, which is shown in yellow, and the city of Gardena to the north across Redondo Beach Boulevard. Slide, please. This slide represents the approved location by the Planning Commission at the north section of the property. This was as a result of public input opposing the original proposed location at the rear of the property. The approved location is within an existing landscape planter and is approximately 15 feet from the front property line and 8.5 feet from the easterly property line. The equipment will remain in the rear along the westerly property line as approved under SAT 09-00006 by the Telecom Committee. Slide, please. This slide represents the elevation of the facility as approved by the Planning Commission. The facility is designed as a monotree and measures 70 feet in height. Slide, please. This slide represents photo simulation of the monotree as approved by the Planning Commission at the front of the property. Slide, please. This photo represents a photo simulation looking in the southeast direction towards the property. Slide, please. The following photographs were taken by staff. This photograph is looking at the subject site to the south across Redondo Beach Boulevard. Slide, please. This photograph is looking at a southeast direction across Redondo Beach Boulevard. Slide, please. And this photograph represents looking towards the southwest across Redondo Beach Boulevard. Slide, please. This photograph is looking north from the subject site at the approved location within the existing landscape planner. Slide, please. This slide was taken at the rear of the property and is showing the previously approved location of the equipment, which, as previously mentioned, will remain the same. Slide, please. In closing remarks, the applicant is replacing a previously permitted but damaged wireless telecommunication facility on the same property. As analyzed by staff and the city's outside consultant, the proposed facility, as conditioned, conforms to the technology, height, location, and design standards of sections 92.39.040 and 92.39.050 of the Torrance Municipal Code and will fully comply with FCC RF emission rules without any exceptions or limitations. Therefore, the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director recommend denial of the appeal and approval of the project as conditioned. Thank you, Your Honor, and with that, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do anyone from the council who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. Does the appellant have a presentation? You could come up into the microphone in the middle there, and you have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes if you wish. Okay, sure. Yeah, it's microphone right there. Yep. I think your presentation, is it up there already?
Yeah.
Should I just introduce the person speaking on my behalf, or how should I proceed here?
If you wish, sir.
You don't have to.
Go ahead. You're.
You don't have to. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to speak on behalf of Alvin, the appellant. And my name is Lena Gomes, for the record. Council members, you should want to deny this permit because the community doesn't want it, and the applicant has not submitted a complete application for a new permit. Instead, they created an illusion of a replacement standard to expedite the permit process. But there's no lesser standard for replacement facilities. The staff report does not cite to any authority for expedited permitting for replacement facilities. I would like to ask that the staff to point out where in the code there can be lower standards for so-called replacement facilities. In fact, this entire permit process has been convoluted. I want to give you a timeline to clarify. And I apologize, I'm on this thing and then having a hard time with my laptop. In 2009, applicant installs a 51-foot Slim Jim cell tower. In June 2020, that cell tower caught on fire and burned down. October 2020, the applicant applied for a temporary permit. However, that permit was only good for 6 months and it expired in April 2021. That applicant didn't bother renewing the permit until April 2022. And that application was incomplete. So that temporary tower on wheels sat there for 2 years illegally without a permit. Article 39, Section 9239.020 clearly says a permit is required for all telecom facilities, and failure to comply with the code is a misdemeanor. It's unlawful for any person to violate any provision or fail to comply with any of the requirements of the Article 92.39110 for reference. In fact, it wasn't until October 2022 when the applicant finally completed an application for a temporary permit. And the reason they applied for that permit was only because the community found out that it was sitting there illegally, and we told the planning department. In fact, the planning director, Oscar Martinez, admitted to me that this is a big problem in Torrance. A lot of illegal towers are going up because of staff shortages and bad actors, he said. Now Crown Castle wants you to approve this permit to install another tower, which is about 20 feet taller, different design, has stronger antennas, hundreds of feet away from its electrical power grid. It's noisier, and it obstructs the only plaza sign in our small business community. Therefore, this tower clearly constitutes the requirement for a completely new application process, and therefore should not go through the same process that all new application permits go through. Furthermore, Article 39 clearly requires that applicants find feasible locations for their facilities, preferably in industrial sites, and that they make actual attempts to do that. But the applicant has refused to comply. They even admit it. And if you refer to page 270, item 10A of this packet tonight, the Crown Castle, which contains the Crown Castle's application, they're asked if the applicant or owner or anyone working on behalf of the applicant or owner secured or attempted to secure any leases or subleases in connection with the project for any other site, and they said no. And in the September 25 letter in this packet on page 11, the applicant's attorney says they considered 5 alternative locations, but they don't mention where, when, or how. Article 39 says a telecom permit must comply with the site. It must at least blend in with the surrounding environment, or it's architecturally integrated. Freestanding antennas and poles should also visibly be compatible with surrounding buildings and vegetations, and their sizes need to be appropriate. This cell tower does not do that. In fact, it does the opposite. For all these reasons I've stated, I implore you to uphold our ordinance and require the applicant to comply with the permitting process and actually complete a permit application for a new permit. I ask that you uphold our appeal and deny this permit because it really is falsely construed. It doesn't make any sense that you would allow a permit with standards from 2009 to be applied with a standard of 2023. It doesn't make sense to consider that a replacement permit. It needs to be a absolutely brand new permit because this is a completely new situation. Thank you. I did want to mention, I'm not sure about my time. What I did is I sent each council member the video of the cell tower when it burnt down, and how close it was to our homes, and how negligent the whole process was, never got investigated. Crown Castle continues to lie that some homeless person somehow burnt it from the top down. We know that it burnt because it was not maintained, and the community is very concerned about their safety because this has happened before. They have illegally had towers illegally sitting there illegally permitted. They've broken our ordinances. The city is not obligated to work with someone like this. The city's not obligated to, quickly just have this permit go through when they've already demonstrated that they're not complying with our application process and our laws. So I don't even understand why we're even here tonight, honestly, to uphold this permit, because it is a false permit, just like that false tree they're trying to put up. This presentation here are just some slides that the appellant generated for you to see. That's where the fire occurred. It's a picture of it and how close it was to our home. And some of the other photos just demonstrate how obnoxious the current mobile tower looks behind our homes, in front of our homes, and how the new one will cause even further blight and not blend in with the site that they want to put it in. I think that's it, and I'll answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Does any member of the council have any questions for the appellant? Councilman Sheikh.
Mayor, not for the appellant. Are we going to ask staff to answer that specific question at this point, or are we going to start? We're going to wait for it? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think, I believe the appellant is done. Okay, got it. The appellant is done. Any questions from the council at this moment? Okay, no one's clicked in. Does the proponent have a presentation? You have 10 minutes.
Mayor Chen, members of the City Council, thank you for your public service. Thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. This project has been through the Telecom Committee. It's been 3 times before the Planning Commission. It's now before this dais. It's been very carefully vetted. The Telecom Committee hearing took place last year. There's been no shortcuts that have been invoked or sought by Crown Castle. There's no streamlining. There's no, I think there might be some suggestions that there was an attempt to have this invoked under legal non-conforming use because of the 2009 facility, but that's not the case. This is a new permit. We have been following the rules, and certainly it hasn't necessarily been a brief or a streamlined process. But we're happy to do it, and we've been before the commission. We've heard from the public. We've carefully considered everything they've said, and there's only a few things we can do. We can move the site to a feasible location. And when I say feasible, it has to still cover this objective, this radio frequency objective. If we don't have a facility here, there will be a significant gap where there'll be no telephone, data, broadband service. The COW, which is the acronym for a cell on wheels, is the temporary facility that's been keeping this critical service going while we've been trying to get the permit for the permanent facility, which is now before you. So we have not been trying to short shrift this process. We've been listening very carefully. As a matter of fact, Mr. Longhurst, who's here, and I have been in before the Planning Commission, and we listened with great concern and care about the proximity of this site originally in location A to the residences on the south side of the commercial strip. We saw that they were complaining about proximity. They were complaining about visual, the visual, being able to see the site from their residence. We took a continuance, and we went back to the drawing board, and we found out, and we scrubbed the site. We could move it to the front of the commercial structures, right along Redondo Beach Boulevard, one of the most busiest thoroughfares in the city of Torrance. That's where it is. It's in a place where it's pretty much ideal under the city's own municipal code to locate these in commercial zones, and especially in areas that are already heavily disturbed, like commercial strips along big boulevards like Redondo Beach Boulevard. And now it's moved away from the residences, and we felt that was a win for the residents when we came up with this. That's location D. That's the one before you today. Now, we did explore 5 total sites on this parcel. We heard people saying, why not move it to Target? Why not move it to Gardena? But if you move within, outside of this ring, it's pretty small, okay? It's half a mile. It's 2,600 feet, more or less. You can't move this outside of the parcels we've looked at without diminishing the whole purpose for the site to begin with, which is to provide coverage to this area. And this is a very busy ring. I was just looking at the stats, which are in a slide presentation, but I can just read some of the big ones to you. There are, it holds 18,000 voice calls a day. It handles 900 gigabytes of data. It handled 109 911 calls in the month of May of 2023. If there's no site here, you can't connect a 911 call. So it's health, safety, and welfare, and I've heard a lot of people critiquing that comment, but I have worked with these sites all over the state of California. I understand because I've seen it many times. I think Jonathan Kramer, Dr. Kramer can attest to it, that these sites are very vital for 911 service. So these, in addition to just the stream of commerce from the travelers on Redondo Beach Boulevard, the residents, and I guess there are quite a few customers for T-Mobile in this area, 2,600 alone, just T-Mobile. This is a vital site. That's why we needed this cell on wheels to be there. And now we're just looking to get this thing conformed to the code, to get it approved through the appropriate channels. The city makes those channels for CUP. We don't, and we're following them. So this has been actually a very thorough run that we've had through Planning Commission to here. We've done our best to try to listen to the residents, but we cannot mollify those residents that want one outcome, to have the site go away. We need the site. We can't make it invisible. We can't wave a magic wand over it. These things are line of sight facilities. You have to be able to see them. We are grateful for your time on this. We've got lots of people here who can speak to various technical aspects of the project. Want to say one more thing. This area is so important for commerce and for communication. It's 75% of landlines, or excuse me, 80% of 911 calls are connected on wireless devices, not hard lines. 65%, I think, or more now, of households have dropped their landlines. This is your telephone service. It's basic to have this. This is infrastructure. It's just as essential as our roads and highways. So we need to think of this as infrastructure for the city. It handles data, it handles communication, it handles calls, it handles health, safety, and welfare issues, and it's part of the vitality of our community, and it's what makes it alive. So there's been some talk from some members that say the community doesn't want it. Well, the community is using it. The community actually needs it. So I'm here on hand to answer questions. We've got a large team here. One of the concerns that was raised, and we're sort of discerning that these are concerns, health concerns about radio frequency emissions. You know, sometimes that is a driving consideration of the public. Under the Telecommunications Act of 1996, that area has been preempted completely by the FCC, but that doesn't mean we don't want to speak to it, because it's a concern, and it's a very sincere concern of the community. We have Dr. Gerald Bushberg from UC Davis here, who is an expert on the health effects of radio frequency emissions, and he can speak to this. He's prepared a pretty hefty report, and we're just here to try to do the best with this community and with you as the decision maker, within the constraints, both technical constraints and feasibility constraints that are before us. And I think we've done it. Again, I've been doing this for a number of years now, and this is just one of those sites that just is one of the most optimal situations you could have. Commercial zone, vital technology, vital facility, vital infrastructure, and as removed as we can get it feasibly from residential uses. So again, on hand to answer questions. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the next step here is, does any members of the council have any questions for the proponent? Councilman Shade.
Thank you, sir. Could you please come to the mic? I have a couple of questions for you.
For the proponent?
For the proponent, yes. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I just wanted to understand, do you know of the reason for the last pole when it got fired? Do you know why it got?
You know, it's been obviously a very important fact. We've investigated it. There's no, we're not clear on how the fire started. There's been insinuations that it was bad maintenance. That's not substantiated at all. There's been some maybe evidence tangentially that it was caused by vandalism. We don't know. So that evidence is not here. We do know that fire incidents are rare. We've got 39,000 plus sites all over the nation. Fire incidents are fairly rare. And we have been, you know, attempting to get down to the bottom of it, but really it's unknown at this point. These are designed per fire codes. They're designed just like any structure would be that gets a building permit, to follow the building codes on their fire standards.
So you said earlier this is a vital site for this proposal, the cell tower. Expand that on for me, please.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
You said this is a very valuable site.
Yes. Yes, and you know the statistics are, I think, presented in a slide presentation that was provided to the council. But I think I'll touch on some of the stats that I have here. There are more. It handles 18,000 voice calls a day. This site. It handles 900 gigabytes plus of data and broadband data for smartphones and smart tablets, communication devices, video, streaming video, and things of that nature. In May of 2023, it handled 109 911 calls. And it addresses or provides service to at least 2,600 T-Mobile users. And more importantly, if you consider the traffic that goes through Redondo Beach Boulevard, thousands of people a day use this network, use that particular site to keep their communications going. These sites hand off one to another, and this is a vital part of that network for users, you know, on the thoroughfares.
So even if you remove 1,000 feet or whatever away from what you're proposing now, it would still be the same. Am I correct?
If you remove 1,000 feet from this proposed location, it will not be the same, because when you move out of the sweet spot of that search ring, you get a commensurate diminution in the power of the signal. And as you move it closer to existing sites, it becomes redundant, or it actually can interfere with the neighboring site. And there is one, if we look at the map, somewhat to the east on Redondo Beach Boulevard, that you start moving into that search ring. So it's a tight ring, and when we came up with the 5 locations, there were 5 that we could feasibly service that area of reach for this service ring.
Do you own any other tower in the same area?
There is a graphic, a slide that you have. We do. There are
Yes.
other macros, and if you look at them, they light up, and they're supposed to light up the ring, and these rings should be connecting with each other. And if you look at Exhibit D in my letter of September 25th, you'll see what it looks like without this site. There's a lot of white in the middle. And when you see white on a propagation map, it means there's 0 signal. So you will not get any service there, or coverage or capacity.
Have you engaged with any community outreach to get their feedback or any kind of dialogue with the community?
Councilmember, as the attorney, my job has been to be here to handle the public hearings.
Any of the people that you're representing or the owner for this tower, do they have any community reach? If you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Well, we've been handling the community outreach through the public hearing process and the open meetings, of which there have been many.
Yeah, I'll come back to more questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I just have a quick question. I actually visited the site, and I noticed that if you are actually traveling eastbound on Redondo Beach Boulevard, westbound on Redondo Beach Boulevard, as you're approaching the location, the proposed site that you have will block half of the business signs that are there. Has there been any negotiation with the property owners to relocate the signs so you can actually tell what businesses are in there? Because it would be a complete block if you're going westbound on RBB.
The site location D that you're referring to has been approved by the landlord, and the issue of signage and visibility is an issue of that lease. And if there is any sort of impairment of visibility, or that would go to the lease provisions, and the landlord would work with the tenants or with the with us or whomever for resolution to that. But that's not an issue that's relevant to the conditional use permit that's before the council now. That's more of a landlord issue. We have been working closely with the landlord. We don't present any alternatives without vetting it first so that they're clear, and that's not been an issue thus far.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this picture here. I understand it's a lease issue with the owner, but has that discussion been had between the owners and the tenants?
I'm not to my knowledge. That might have been, but that's not an issue under my purview. That's a private issue between the landlord and the tenant that's governed by a lease.
I understand.
Just as ours is, yeah.
I understand that. Yeah. My question to you is, has Crown Castle spoken with the owner of the property regarding signages for the businesses that are already there, or are they going to have to come back? Is the business owner going to come back and say, hey, Crown Castle, you're going to have to replace the sign if this permit is approved?
I'm not aware of those discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. Anyone else from the council have questions for the proponent? Okay. At this moment, we're going to go to take public comments. I believe there are some folks who submitted comment cards, which the city clerk will call out, and each person will have up to 2 minutes to speak. And if you're just repeating the same thing from the previous person, you can just come up and say, I agree with the previous comment. You should, instead of repeating the same sentences. Thank you.
Danella Martinez.
Okay, we'll go on. Next.
Sandy Ragon.
Ragon, that's the way it's spelled, I think.
I've been sitting here making notes, and I have a full page of things that I hear that are just so wrong. It's hard to know where to even begin. The commercial, yes, it's commercial, but it's a strip mall. It's not a real commercial area. There's probably 10 little stores in there. And then they put that giant tree there that takes away spots. And if you came over there on Friday or Saturday, you saw that there was the parking, there's not much parking, and the people are having to park in the back parking lot because there's little parking, and now we're going to put this giant tree and take up 3 or 4 spots. I'm concerned about the children. They come and they go into the dental office, into the manual arts place there, and a lot of families. Let's see. The tree itself is, if you looked at the pictures, you saw that there are no big trees in that area, a palm tree occasionally, and there are no large buildings. So that humongous, ugly tree, also it looks like a big bottle brush, it doesn't even look like a tree, doesn't fit into the site like this Article 39 suggests. Maintenance, there has been no maintenance. I was over there in the beginning and I saw a man sleeping in the cow. So tell me please, Town Castle was not maintaining, and the sign that was on that cow said, if in an emergency, call this number, and the number had just been completely ripped off or was non-existent. So I'm surprised when the thing caught on fire, they actually knew the number to call. I've been in my house 50 years, and I called 911, and I got immediate response. So I've never had a problem with 911.
Thank you, ma'am.
Randolph.
I think it's Randolph, and then after Randolph is Wilton Suhu, and then a Julie S.
Thank you, Council. Randolph Tyndall. I happen to be at 2066 Redondo Beach Boulevard, which is 2 properties east of the location. And no matter how I look at it, one of the things I like to do is I like to go ahead and, take some time out, sit on my front porch, take a look around. And this monstrosity antenna is going to completely pretty much block my view to the west, southwest, sticking up there. Just being able to go outside and look at the planets, catch the SpaceX launches out of Vandenberg once in a while or what have you. I do take a look at that. This would block my view of that. As far as cell phone coverage, I'm a little, I'm at a loss for words, excuse me. I'm just going through a few things here. I'm just questioning, is this really appropriate? With just being out there, I can see nothing but some problems. There are a lot of homeless people around that might be tempted to just park themselves right under the thing, since it's going to be right on the street too. So I'm asking for consideration that this be denied. Thank you.
Wilton.
Good evening, members of the Torrance City Council. I live about 300 feet away from this proposed cell phone tower site. It's been my home for the last 28 years, and many of my neighbors have lived there much longer, some for over 50 years. None of us want this cell phone tower so close to our homes, not only for health and safety reasons, but also financial, because this 70-foot cell phone tower will reduce our home values. We've been fighting this cell phone tower for over a year, and I find that the main reason Crown Castle want to build on this location is because they had inherited a long-term lease obligation for the right to build this cell phone tower on this particular lot, only on this particular lot, from a previous acquisition. And because of this lease obligation, they did not seriously look for alternative nearby locations. There are many small commercial property along Redondo Beach Boulevard, and large ones too, including the Target and Ralph. Now, Crown Castle is a large Fortune 500 company. They are worth over $40 billion on the New York Stock Exchange. They operate more than 40,000 cell phone towers across the country. That's 40,000, and we're only talking about one here. They can easily buy out this lease obligation and relocate this cell phone tower further away from our homes and make our community a better place to live. Thank you.
Julie S., and then Eleanor Edmondson.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Julie. First, I want to say this 70-feet fake tree tower does not meet the design and aesthetic requirement of Article 39. In a few years later, will be the fake tree tower will look like the picture. Look like the picture shows. It's really ugly. Look how ugly is this. Imagine that huge, giant, ugly 3-floor tall, more than 3-floor tall tower stand itself on the Redondo Beach Boulevard. Imagine how bad it is. Can you imagine how ugly gonna stand up there? And secondly, there are three cell towers around our area. Look at the map. Okay. I want you guys to you look at the map. The east, there is one close to one on the Western Avenue.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. I think your last name is Edmondson?
Yes. My name is Eleanor, and my family and I live in very close proximity to the proposed tower. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to speak. I really appreciate this. I just have a few questions that I would ask you to please ponder tonight. The proposed tower will be emitting radio frequencies, as was already mentioned. And I'm going to add the word dangerous because, as you know, there have been studies that have been done on these RF energy emissions, and it's shown that it's potentially carcinogenic. Okay? So one such study was conducted by the World Health Organization's internal agency for research on cancer. Now, my question tonight is, how is one supposed to feel knowing that there is a cancer survivor in the home subjected to this monstrous tower so close to the family? How would you feel? I don't think it's far-fetched at all to be concerned, since there's no conclusive evidence that these emissions are safe. It's not clear. And where there's absence of clarity, there's absence of safety. I think we all agree on that. How is one supposed to feel every time they look out their window at the cell tower, knowing the potential dangers that it can pose when there is no clarity? How would you feel? And finally, as was already mentioned, property values. How is one supposed to feel knowing that such a tower poses a threat to our property values? So if your answer to any of these...
Ma'am, your time is up. Got it. Was that it for those who submitted comment cards? At this moment, if you did not submit, I would suggest it's okay. You still have a chance. You can just, among yourselves, determine who will come up first, and you each got 2 minutes. We're just trying to get, go through those that we already received the comment cards, but go ahead.
Hi, City Council. My name's Jerry Stuhler. I live on 159th, about a couple hundred feet from the proposed cell tower. I would like you to look back at the map that Julie had presented to you. And I just want to try to complete what she was saying. If you look at the map, the west existing tower, the distance between the west and the eastern tower is 1 mile, okay? And then, of course, there's another existing that's real close to the one on the east. So those are close together. Now, I want to ask the question about what Crown Castle, he mentioned that there's 2,600 T-Mobile subscribers in that area. You guys have a map of Torrance in your brain. You know how much square footage or how many people live in, say, this map? Let's just take this map. I don't think there's 2,600 people or homes that live in this area. There's got to be fewer than that. There's not that many residents. So, based on the fact that just T-Mobile, he didn't mention the other carriers, this proposed tower he's talking about would cover 2,600 homes. Then why can't these existing cover the same homes? Because,
Got your message, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Council and Mayor Chin. My name is Karen Stuhler, and we live on 159th Street. We've lived there for 43 years and raised our children. What I heard tonight was that cell tower is so important. It's going to take so many calls. It is so necessary. Yet I want you to know, in reality, when the cell tower burned down and before the temporary was in existence, none of us had any cell phone problems. You need to hear that things are said from Crown Castle And in reality, they are not. They are different than what is being said. I also want you to know, and I know that some of you council members, when you visited, you saw in the back, there is a homeless woman right now living there. It is right back in the corner where all of the electrical is going to go. And so I know that the police, we were told they cannot do anything about it, but it is a problem, and it could really pose a problem by having that back there, the homeless person. So I think other things have been said, so I'll leave it at that. But I want you to really think about some of the things that are said as absolute, the only way. It is not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I just have one copy of these pictures. I didn't make a copy for everybody. This is Dr. Ben Yousefi. My office is actually the same parcel. It's a children's dentistry office. And I want to thank you, council members, for giving us the opportunity. I want to mention about the question Council Member Lewis had about the covenant of the lease. And clearly on this code, section 92.39020D, it says that the applicant should make sure that the application comply with the covenant, condition, restriction on the underlying property. And our attorneys send a letter to the council members that basically, as a tenants, we send a letter to the landlord that this blockage of the sign and affecting the business traffic is something that we have a concern and is a violation of the lease. And the applicant, in order to get a complete application, should make sure that there is no restriction or any misrepresentation to comply with the lease agreement. And there is already a concern and a communication with the landlord, and the landlord already is violation of that lease agreements. Changing the location of the sign, again, they need to go through the Article 12 to get the new permit. And as soon as they touch this pool permit, they won't be eligible to put another pool permit there. And again, this is against the lease agreement with all the tenants there. So the applicant should make sure everything that they do is already approved by the lease agreements and underlying property covenants that is in the lease. And this application is not complete because they don't have these provisions and this review with the landlord and with the tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for having us here tonight. I want to tell you that there's a lot of fine people in this room right here, but there is a lot more people at home that are watching what's going on here that are represented by everybody that's sitting here. Okay, we have a financial interest here from a major company coming in to build something that we can all agree is not healthy. None of us in this room would purposely go and buy a house next to one of these contraptions that we want to build. Nobody. But everybody in here has an interest with their family. They have an interest with their property values. I know I wouldn't want to buy a house in the neighborhood that has that. And you know, we're all looking for a little compassion. We also understand that there's not a big black hole in driving through Torrance that we can't get our cell phones to work. Everybody here cell phones work tonight? Yes. Okay, so I come back and I appeal to the city council here, for the members here that represent the constituents not only in this room, but throughout Torrance. We are coming to you tonight to say, don't build this tower. I cannot be mollified. We don't want it. It's not good for our kids. Our elders have spoken on it. And we want you to listen, and we want you to help us, and we want you to not build this tower. Thank you.
This is so high. I forgot my regular glasses, so I have to use these. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen and council members. My name is Grace Maeda, and I live directly behind the property where the humongous 70 feet tall fake tree cell tower might be constructed. And I have lived there for 63 years. That was my first house and probably my last house. And I have 3 children, and they all attended Torrance Public School. The reason against this ugly cell tower are many. To name a few, it is too close to the residents and to the small businesses who service the young children. There are many studies that show that the radiation from the cell towers are more dangerous to the children's growing brains. If there should be an earthquake or some other disaster, the cell tower may fall directly over the moving cars on the busy Redondo Beach Boulevard or to the parked cars and pedestrians. Also, the 5-story high fake tree cell tower will certainly be an eyesore. The cell tower should be constructed near the industrial area or near the freeway where there's enough clearance. We had enough coverage even though the previous cell tower.
Yeah, your time is up. Got it. Thank you. You could just start speaking. You just go to the microphone. Just start. Yeah.
I know you probably already know your decision. We're gonna build a cell tower here. But maybe this speech could change your mind. Just know that a cell tower like this is way too close to residential areas like where we live. The cell tower is also way too close to a children's dental place. In areas like these, the cell tower's radioactive waves can cause many health issues to children and their families. We've all gathered here for one reason, because none of us want a reckless cell tower near our homes and businesses. We already have a cell tower that was built near us, which I have to see every day. Crown Castle cannot be trusted. So today, we please ask you to uphold the appeal and reject this project. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Pull this up, the one with the cell tower that's located in front of the 2 houses. Just pull that up real quick.
Page 5, I think, of the presentation.
Oh, wait, the clock's going. I'm not talking yet. Hold on. Let's let the members find the piece of paper first.
Ma'am, this is your time to talk.
Okay.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Honorable Mayor Chen. Nice to see you again. My name's Marie, and thank you, council members, and thank you, Council Member Kalani, for that really beautiful invocation. I really do hope that as we stand here today, that we do hold those virtues as we think about and consider what is the right thing to do. I want to mention, first of all, that a lot of things to mention. Crown Castle has been negligent from the very beginning. When that first cell tower burnt down in 2020, I believe Crown Castle, I know, they had asked Rimkus, their insurance company, to generate a report. I don't know why that report would say they did not find anything. Please generate that report, because that Rimkus report does exist, because they came to my mom's house and they talked to my brother, and my brother sent them that video of the video of the cell tower on fire. Very quickly, I want to mention this. The application does not discuss whether there are any existing facilities within 1,000 feet. Well, guess what? If you look on Redondo Beach Boulevard, there is an antenna there within 1,000 feet that it is a stealth antenna that Crown Castle can consider, and they've neglected to do that. They keep insisting that they've looked at 5 places, but it's on the same parcel. They need to follow the law and do what the ordinance says, which is to consider other sites, which they have not. If they did, they would find that there's one there. There's also one on West Redondo Beach Boulevard at a Presbyterian church. There's an antenna there. And there's also 2 more antennas within a quarter of a mile, one on Western Boulevard, on Western Avenue, and there's another on 169th Street. Please do your job, do your diligence.
Hi, my name is Gary Womble. I live at 2065 West 159th, and if you've all been out to the site, the brick wall that is dividing the business from the house, that's my backyard. There has been no outreach by them. They put that temporary there. It's within 10 feet of my backyard, and they never even came to my house and talked to me. They haven't sent me any flyers. They haven't done anything. So they have not tried to work with the public. They said we didn't substantiate what we've been saying. They haven't given us anything to prove what they're saying is true either. So I don't know why you could take their word over ours. Secondly, property values. I just sold my mother's property in Torrance. She backs up to Edison right away. We had several people that wanted to buy the house until they saw the towers. So it will affect our selling ability. And then go to the homeless situation. Again, since my fence backs up there, I find needles, drugs, clothing, shoes, human waste in bags tossed into my yard. So there's more than one homeless person there. There's people on the weekend that go back there and party and play the loud music, smoke, drink. So it's a danger to have that equipment in the back unless they want to have somebody come and watch it, security. They say they're going to put a cage over it. Hey, there's things you can do to get through a wire cage. So I just ask that you consider these things and don't take them on their word because they haven't worked with us. They haven't been truthful in a lot of the things they've said. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Yeah, you're not considered public at this moment.
No, I understand, Mayor Chen. I'm hoping, and I would respectfully request maybe just a few points of explanation
No.
at
Sir.
at the appropriate time, if at your discretion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bertha, and my only concern is that when I come out in my front door, the first thing I'm going to see is this ugly thing. I have a beautiful pond where I have koi fish. I sit there in the mornings, have my coffee, feed my koi. This is what I'm going to see. Plus, I have children who live in my house. Hasn't been proven that it's safe. It's just, please deny it. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this topic? I want to make sure I give you plenty of chance because every time we move on, somebody else wants to say something. Okay. If not, at this moment, I go to the appellant, which is the appellant will have up to 5 minutes to make any rebuttal. Not you, sir. The appellant is right behind you.
I apologize. Thank you.
One moment, please. I'm just trying to. Thank you. I have a very bad headache tonight, so I'm not functioning very well. The scare tactic about the 911 calls. The attorney said that a lot the last time, and I believe that's a scare tactic. We all know that that's not true, that you can call 911s automatically. You can connect to them as long as there's a network available, regardless of the carrier you're using. You can text 911. You can enable your Wi-Fi. You can get to 911. Number one. The fact that the attorney said that fire on cell towers are rare. That's not true. On the contrary, hundreds of fires happen yearly to cell towers. In fact, cell towers even collapse. That's why a lot of cities create fall zones. One of the reasons our community is concerned is that city of Torrance does not have a fall zone, and that cell tower is so tall and close to the public now, even more close to the public than it was than the current temporary tower. At least the current temporary tower is in the back. In terms of the lawyer saying that the issue with the lease and the property owner is not a private, that it's a private matter, that's not true. In Section Code 92.39020D demands that the site shall comply with the provisions of this article and the covenants, the conditions, and restrictions of the underlying real property, and it does not. I want to read something else about the alternative site locations that Article 39 says that the applicant should find. I think it's really just bizarre that someone can stand here and say, we've looked for 5 alternative sites on the same plot of land. Can you really say that that is looking for 5 alternative sites on the same plot of land? Really? Does he think we're stupid? Looking for 5 alternative sites means that you go around and you are required to look for feasible sites. Crown Castle's application is deficient because it has not established that superior alternatives are unavailable or infeasible. And that's required by Section 92.39040 of Article 39. And they haven't done that. Also, there are other so the law does indicate that the applicant is required to co-locate these towers. There are other towers that are a quarter mile away that have been providing adequate cell tower coverage for the community, and I'd like to know why Crown Castle hasn't explored other alternative types of towers. They have the option to do roof tower, cell tower, and to see if they can get the feasibility that they're looking for, because we know that they can. But to resurrect this massive 70-foot tower so they can serve 3 service providers and make future profits by requiring the land today for their future 5G cell tower profits, that's really what they're interested in. They're not interested in providing coverage because we already have coverage. There has never been a lack of coverage in our area. There's adequate coverage. There's multiple. There's over 200 registered cell towers in the city of Torrance alone. And that's registered, not to mention the illegal ones that are up there. So there are a lot of alternatives for the applicant to find ways to give us better power, if that's what they're looking for, without doing it this way, without putting this obstructive tower unnecessarily in this business community, disrupting the business community during this time of massive inflation. They went next door apparently and asked Target, and Target said, no, we don't want that thing in our parking lot. We don't want that here near our customers. So then they came across the street and they decided to put it here. They never talked to the residents. Most of the people in Torrance in this area, a lot of them don't even speak English. They speak a variety of other languages. Many of them are immigrants. The notification that this applicant did was dismal. They didn't even put anything in Spanish. Half the people can't even read what was notified, that they.
Thank you. I think this is what I like to do among my colleagues. I want to ask any of my colleagues right now if you have any questions or comment before I ask to close the public hearing so that we don't go back and forth. No, that was, they had their 10, 10, and 5. The proponent is, I know we've done this a few times. As soon as we close the public hearing, then we have questions. I want to give our colleagues here the opportunity now before we close the public hearing. Does any members of the council have questions? I have Councilwoman Kalani.
My questions actually I have some questions for staff.
Okay.
Now, thank you. Is the current cell tower that's there operational, the temporary?
Council and members of the council, sorry, Your Honor, Oscar Martinez, yes, it is operational.
So it's providing cellular service for people in that area?
That's correct.
The location of the current cell tower and the equipment, who owns the property that it's on?
So it is owned by Cheryl Jow Trust.
The same owner as
this current proposal.
The proposed, okay. And am I correct that on May 17th, this went before the Planning Commission and was approved by a vote of 5-0?
That's correct, Councilwoman.
Will the tree, there was a comment that the proposed tower that looks like a tree will take up 3 new parking spaces. I didn't understand it that way when I went out and looked at it.
Councilwoman, the approved location is within an existing landscape planner, so it will not take up any parking spaces.
Okay. As far as the location and design, the location in front of the sign, that is a decision between the lessor and the lessee, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that the current side of the current side of the tower, is that closer to residents or further than from residents than the new one?
The one that was previously there that was damaged, it was closer to the residents, whereas the new one that was approved by the Planning Commission is further away from the residences.
Okay, thank you. And the new proposed tower is going to use the existing equipment that's on private property behind the existing building that you might refer to as the dentistry office.
That's correct, Councilwoman. And just to clarify my misunderstanding, the cell on wheels, it approximately a similar location or maybe a little bit closer to the residences, whereas the previous one was directly behind the dental building.
Okay. Okay. So as far as the equipment itself, that's going to be upgraded. That's not going to be necessarily new equipment, correct?
That's correct. The location will remain the same. Perhaps there will be some upgrades, but that would be a question for the applicant. But I do want to point out that when approved at the Planning Commission, there were additional conditions of approval for that equipment area to install fire alarms and security, additional security in order to prevent these types of situations that were brought up by the concerns of the neighbors.
Okay, but everything about the monopole or the tower with the tree will be new.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now, and I appreciate it very much. Obviously, a lot of work has gone into this on everybody's part, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, and I also have questions for staff. Given the number of different operators here in the city of Torrance, is this particular type of cell tower now considered standard throughout the city? Are we seeing similar applications?
Councilman Kaji, yes, we have received additional applications at other locations for cell towers designed as false trees.
So is it reasonable to assume then that looking at the existing cell towers in the city, that many of these cell towers are going to be upgraded, representing a taller cell facility? Are they going to be utilizing more energy than what's currently being used? And is this an ongoing trend that we should anticipate?
Councilmember, Your Honor, Councilmember Jonathan Kramer, I'm your technical advisor. As cell systems go from 3 to 4G, 4G to 5G, and so forth, they change frequencies, they will add equipment, so that's a constantly evolving situation.
So given the presence of existing cell towers in our city, are you seeing these operators then providing or submitting applications to upgrade existing towers?
Yes, we see that.
And on the same scale as what the proponent is advocating for on this site?
Yes.
So 70 feet?
The height of a cell tower is depending on what's around it and how far it has to see. So obviously height is a factor. Trees, other buildings in the area will also dictate the height of a cell tower.
All right. So looking at the geography of this possible site or the current site, and let's say compare it to locations that have hillsides, like in our southwest area, does that then determine the height if there are natural obstructions or building obstructions?
Hillside sites tend to have more sites that are lower simply because of the elevation change. So you don't have one tall site in a hillside area, you have multiple lower sites. So again, it's a technology and transmission question.
All right. Also, when I first reviewed this proposal, the applicant, Crown Castle, had designated an area of coverage at the intersection of Redondo Beach Boulevard and Van Ness as the area that they needed to provide coverage for. So my question to you is, based on your analysis on behalf of the city, would the location of the site of a cell tower, could it be anywhere proximate to that intersection? Either north, south, east, or west?
You heard the applicant talk about ring. Let me tell you what that is so it'll help explain that.
Thank you.
Literally, it's a ring drawn on a map by an engineer, and the engineer basically tells the real estate people, if you can get me something inside the ring, I can probably make it work. So when you talk about moving a site outside the ring, or say 1,000 feet away, it quickly diminishes its value because you want to center the coverage area around the site as opposed to, say, putting it at the edge of a particular coverage area.
So I guess my question is, given that there are 4 corners at this intersection, and this one on the Torrance side of the street on the southeast is just one corner, it is conceivable then that that same tower could be located on any of the other 3 corners to provide the same coverage?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions from the staff. I've been reading the conditions. I didn't see any conditions about the height. Does this mean that they can add more height to this cell tower?
You've touched an area that a lawyer needs to talk about. And there are federal laws that talk about how much a cell tower can grow by right. But the courts have told us that we have to consider what's before us now, not what might happen in the future. So I encourage you to look at the application before you now, as opposed to what could happen in the future. That would be consistent with court ruling.
I understand, but, okay, let me ask you about the branches. Can we add more branches, hundreds of branches without any restrictions? There's no condition on this permit that stops. So it can grow, just picking a number like 300-400 without anyone requiring additional permit?
So this is an area also covered by federal law. And federal law says that to the extent that they want to make changes, they don't have the right to make those changes by right if it will defeat the camouflage. So to the extent that they wanted to add, say, antenna arms outside of the branches, that would come back as a conditional use, a modification. It would not fall under the federal by right rules. So where they would change the camouflage, it comes back to us. Where they don't change the camouflage and it remains camouflage per the permit, then there are some federal rights that do attach and they have the right to make certain modifications.
Does FCC tell us any guidance on the proximity of different cell towers?
No.
So you can have tens of towers within the same lane without any restrictions, just to be clear.
What the courts have recognized is that, for example, if there's a Verizon tower, people who are on T-Mobile can't use the Verizon tower except in emergencies, 911 calls, so that you have to look at the service of the provider itself, in this case T-Mobile. So although there may be another tower nearby, it doesn't mean that it is available or that it can be used. Again, it's a crossover between legal availability and technical specification.
What's the legal ability?
The legal issue is that the wireless companies don't have condemnation rights. They can't just condemn and say, we're going to go on to this pole. It's a little bit different than, say, the old wired telephone companies, where they had certain condemnation rights because they were a single provider. Now we have multiple providers. So if for example, the example was given that Target said no, that's within their rights to say no because they are the owner of the property. And similarly, if there's another tower nearby, if that tower owner says, no, I'm not interested in having somebody else on, can't force them to do it. We can't force them to do it, and the companies can't force it.
I think my question is not about, so let me rephrase. If this property, they want to have another cell tower within the premises, that's okay?
Your Honor, Councilmember Sheikh, so if there was to be a proposal for another tower at this location, it would have to go through the proper process and through a hearing, be reviewed and approved by the Telecom Committee, potentially, and with appeal rights to Planning Commission and to the City Council.
So the answer is yes, they can have multiple cell towers, and FCC is okay with that.
The FCC doesn't regulate how many cell towers on a property. They do regulate the safety issues, and the city looks at that on every single project.
So FCC regulates communication by radio, TV, wire, satellite, and cable across. That's what we're talking about here. So there's no limitations, basically. The bottom line is that they can have as many towers they want.
That's correct.
Councilman Adam Chaparian, City Manager, if I may interject, there's also cost considerations. These towers are of significant cost. So where feasible, the carriers try to co-locate to an existing site to limit the cost. So while they may have the ability to add, it's really based on coverage because then it's diminishing rate of return. If they have oversaturation of these towers, then it won't be, it's not going to add any additional value since they would have too much available bandwidth for their customer base. And there's so much frequency, the length that these particular towers will provide. So I think there is some built-in barriers to their expansion. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you for the clarification, Mr. I'm just trying to see what's the quality when it becomes a quality of a neighborhood, or does anything fit with the theme? We have no guidelines.
If I could jump in, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, as Mr. Kramer said earlier, we can't contemplate what's not before us. So we can't contemplate theoretical towers. We have to look at the application that's before us tonight.
So, so let me ask you specifically to this design that has been proposed to us. I mean, I know the city staff approved it, but for me, it's very odd looking within certain, it's blocking the signage, it's creating so much different weird visibility for the community. Does it fit I know that we approved it, but what was the reasoning behind to understand that this tower fits the theme of the neighborhood?
Your Honor, and Councilman Sheikh, so this proposed location,
If I may, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Actually, when they originally submitted, they submitted for the tower to be in the back of the building. And listening to the comments from the community, they then went back to look at another location. At first, the community seemed that they were interested, they would be okay with it being moved to the front of the building. So Crown Castle went back, looked at it, and found a place in the front of the building. They first found a location that was within parking spaces. That seemed that it would not work out. They went back to the drawing board and then found the location here in the planter. It did go back to the Planning Commission, who then approved it as is, as a reasonable accommodation to try to fit the needs of what Crown Castle was trying to accomplish, as well as the needs of the residents not wanting it directly behind them.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll come back for a couple of the questions. Thank you.
At this moment, we'll ask questions here. Let me ask a few questions to maybe our consultant Kramer before we take a sec. With the aspect of safety, I think there seems to be a lot of concerns with radiation safety. I just want to you to help us clarify with laws, and maybe it's one thing to say here's a law, but here is the safety concern. Wherever any company chooses a cell tower company to place a cell tower somewhere, how does a person or a resident or even the city have that confidence that the radiation emitting power is safe to, I'm gonna say, for human beings, adults or children?
Absolutely. Give me a couple of minutes because this is extremely important, and
I just want to make sure you make it clear, because I think most of us, say safety is primo, right?
So the Federal Communications Commission was charged by Congress to come up with a national standard. And the FCC did that back about 23, 24 years ago. They've constantly done upgrades to the review of it, the adequacy of the standards. But to kind of put it in a thumbnail, when we talk about the signals that are radiated from cell towers, they're not like X-rays or gamma rays. They don't break DNA bonds. They are more like radio waves. And so it's important to make sure that we use the right term. So while radiation is the correct term, technically, we tend to talk about signal emissions to kind of differentiate it. Now, the FCC's national standard, the standard that applies here, is that the maximum that the public can be exposed to without knowing that they're being exposed is only 2% of the level where you can actually measure a change from the radio wave, a cause effect. Actually, there's a national expert in the audience, Dr. Bushberg, who did a review of the project as well, who can speak to that. But there's basically a 50 times safety margin built in. And when we as a company on behalf of the city review projects, we look at that, we look at the compliance of the particular site, and if there are any other sites that are able to contribute additional signals, we look at the totality of it. That's why one of the reasons is that we'll have conditions that we recommend to the city to adopt in terms of compliance, signage, on occasion, on-site testing. But I want to assure you that the FCC rules, which have been subject to court challenge, in fact, there's a current court challenge in the DC circuit. The FCC is reviewing some of their work, but the standards have not been struck because the courts have looked at it and said, okay, they get 50 times safety margin. And I think that's really the important thing, is to understand that it's not just can they emit to a certain maximum and that's where some perceived harm occurs. There's a huge safety margin built in between that maximum they're allowed to emit and the level where you can see some effect. And that effect, by the way, is heating. It's not DNA breaks. So that's kind of 2% is the number to think about, not 100%.
Can anybody understand that?
A few people probably did, but there's a huge safety margin built into the FCC rules.
Okay, let me do this. Can we let's take a 10-minute break, and I think we all need a little break, and then we'll continue. All right, thank you. We have returned from recess and from the break. Just want to remind the public that as we're speaking and dialoguing among respective parties, to please do not, yell from the audience in the background, because we're really trying to pay close attention here, and just ask that you just respect the discussion here. I think before we took a break, I was asking the question of Mr. Kramer, and I think what I'm not sure why I said I know I sounded like I was joking. Did everybody understand that? I'm really trying to make sure that the issue and the concern of the safety of people is addressed. Back in 2009, we were roughly, I think, 3G, 4G maybe.
Thereabouts.
Okay. As we're mainly 5G-ish nowadays.
Yes, sir.
Some people are probably thinking 6G already, so I'm assuming that these towers would eventually support 6G.
That's
maybe.
the natural evolution.
Right. As each G goes up, now let's try to be as simple as we can. There's a little bit of geek talk here. As frequency goes up, what happens to the power level?
As the frequencies go up, the power levels tend to come down, and the coverage areas for each cell tend to constrict.
So back when we're in 3G, we got two towers that has enough power to go like this. When we go to 4G, you start going like, to be optimal. And then 5G, you kind of have to, but I guess you have to have a little overlap, something like that.
It's a fact that as the G's increase, the spacing decreases, but it's also because more and more people use the tower, so they have to have more towers to service all of the customers.
Okay, got it. Okay, but that was just the reason I asked that is, as frequency go higher, that the effect of danger to human beings, the level of the power, that most people, I'm assuming the audience is concerned when we hear about safety, is in the effects on children or adults, is there's a certain power level that affects human safety. And I think before the break, you said that there's like a margin of how much.
50 times between the maximum someone can be exposed to and not know that they're being exposed, and the level where you can actually measure something caused by that radio frequency emission.
Michelle, I'm going to go to you a little. Do you believe that when we talked about the planning, it went back to the planning commission in the beginning, I think it's in the notes here, that this original applicant had a tower behind the building, which would have been closer to the residents, and then maybe due to some concerns from the community or the planning commission, they moved the tower to Redondo Beach Boulevard. What was it had to do with concern of safety, maybe? Or I forgot if I read it correctly.
Your Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. It was the applicant's intent to try to listen to what the residents were communicating to them as far as it not being so close to their home, and trying to relocate it further away from their home, but still within a vicinity that would give them the coverage that is needed.
Okay. I'll pause for now. Councilwoman Kalani, are you ready?
I am, thank you, Mayor. A couple more questions. Can you remind me, I did read the full item, but I can't find it quickly. How long has a tower been at that location? Do we know? I apologize if I should know that.
I thought one of the appellants said something about October 2022. I don't know if that's correct.
You're talking about the original.
The original.
Yeah, you're talking about the original. Yes, it was approved in 2009, and
Okay.
that's under the background account.
Okay, on page 6 of this handout, it's this, on page 6, it shows a large telephone pole, and then it shows the proposed tree, and then it shows a lower pole. By any chance, do you know the height of that one pole?
No, I don't believe we do.
Okay. Will this tree be higher than that pole? I don't know if that's an optical illusion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm asking staff. Would it be possible to have a lower monopole and get the same coverage?
That would be a question for the applicant.
Okay, so before we close, may I ask the applicant that?
Yes, you may. That's why I went
Okay.
this process.
All right. May I ask the applicant to respond to the question if a lower monopole would provide the same coverage that you're looking for?
Councilmember Kalani, Michael Schonefeld, again on behalf of Crown Castle. Thank you for the opportunity to answer the question. As a rule, and I'm just a lawyer, but I've done enough work with these, and we have RF radio frequency engineers here as well. But as a rule, the lower the elevation of the antenna, the rad of the antennas, which is the center point, means you're going to get a diminished reach. The higher, the further the reach. So with every reduction in the height of the antenna center, the reach diminishes probably at a correlative sort of level. So a drop in the height would definitely result in a diminishment of the reach of the radio frequency signal.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had right now. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. Can I ask a question from the applicant? Just one question from you, sir. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, and apologies, council member, because I heard applicant and I heard appellant, and obviously I came up at the wrong time before, so apologies.
You're very cautious.
Yes.
Have you done any research about the health risk of this? Can you?
We have. We take that issue very seriously, and back to my earlier comment about me just being the lawyer, which I am, that's why we brought Dr. Gerald Bushberg. He's the preeminent expert in the state of California at UC Davis, and he's here. He came down from Northern California just to answer questions, and he would be the one I would like to perhaps hand the mic over to answer all questions that have to do with the safety and the health issues.
Yes, please. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Gerald Bushberg. I'm a clinical professor of radiology and radiation oncology at UC Davis. I don't represent the university here. I'm here as an independent expert to respond to questions regarding the health and safety of radio frequency and wireless transmissions. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and I have a few comments of my own if the time allows.
So what's your assessment on the risk for towers from radiology or any kind of risk? Have you noted that, you know?
Yeah, so do you have the slides that I sent? We put those up? Does staff have those PowerPoint slides, Bill?
The only slides that we have up here are the ones that was presented by staff.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, Ms. Shaw, Mayor's Community Development Director, there were slides that were submitted that we were told that they would not be using this evening, so we do have them. We're pulling them up right now.
Oh, great, thank you. So let me just say that as a preface to my comments here that we've been studying biological effects of radio waves for now over 70 years. In fact, there's more science behind the health and safety of RF exposure than there is for any other physical or chemical substance known to science, with the exception of ionizing radiation, X-rays and gamma rays, as was mentioned earlier. But there does seem to be a lot of confusion between the two. As you heard earlier, the very brave young lady that came up to speak, well-meaning, but confused radioactive materials and radioactive waste with radio waves, and one has nothing to do with the other. Just to give you some sense of comparison, we're being exposed to visible electromagnetic radiation right now. And this form of electromagnetic radiation is identical to radio waves, except that it's at much higher energy. So the amount of energy associated with radio waves is anywhere from 5,000 to 50,000 times lower than the visible light that we're exposed to constantly. The graphic that I show here gives you a sense of the different levels of exposure. And you can see that, one's closest for me to read from here. You can see that the maximum exposures from the site anywhere is going to be 100 times less than the standards allow for continuous public exposure. So taking Dr. Kramer's comments earlier about the fact that the safety standard is not set at the threshold between safety and hazard, it's 50 times above that. And so that 100 times, becomes 5,000-fold set factor of safety, because that's the maximum exposure. As far as the exposures are concerned, I did an analysis looking at the potential exposures at the locations where the buildings are, the child dentistry area, a couple of others. And as you can see there, the levels of exposure there are even much lower than that. In fact, the levels of exposure inside any of those buildings would be less than 4,000 times below the safety standard. And that's not even taking into account the safety factor that we talked about earlier. Grab the next slide, please. So there's three reasons why exposures are so low from these facilities. One has to do with the fact that they don't use a lot of power. It doesn't take a lot of energy to create the radio wave signal for the small area that's being covered. Unlike AM and FM radios that have to cover an entire city, they might use 500 to 1,000, 500,000 to or more watts of energy to cover an entire city, but these are just covering a few blocks. And so they use much lower power. Also, the further you may move away from any source of electromagnetic fields, whether it be light or radio waves or whatever, the decrease in intensity doesn't fall off in a linear fashion. It falls off what we refer to as inverse square. And so what that simply means is that if you move 10 times further away, say from 1 foot to 10 feet away, the exposure level doesn't go down by a factor of 10. It goes down by a factor of 10 squared or 100. So as you move away from the facility, the intensity of the exposure goes down dramatically. And then finally, the antennas used in wireless communication are not the same kind of antennas people typically think of in their mind, where the energy is emitted, 360. These are directional antennas. So the vast majority of the energy is directed out towards the horizon at the level of the antenna. If I have the next slide. You can see this in this graphic here. And you can see that the levels of exposure in the gray are less than from 0 to 5% of the standard, and that the vast majority of all that energy is up there where the antennas are. The bottom of the graph is the ground level. And even if you were standing on the top of any of the buildings, the exposures would be extremely low. And if you have the last slide, please. So this just shows what those levels would be. If you were standing on the top of, or working at the top of any of those buildings, the levels inside the buildings would be approximately 10-fold or more lower than those values there.
While you're flipping your computer, that means the higher the antenna,
the lower the exposure.
The lower the exposure for
Right.
people standing under it.
Correct. So with regard to the safety question, I just wanted to read a more recent, and this is 2020, publication from the same group that was mentioned earlier, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, which are advisory to the World Health Organization. And they say, I quote, most of the epidemiological research does not support an association between mobile phone use and tumors occurring in the head, which is part of the body with the highest potential exposure. And now they're talking about people using cell phones, okay, which are where the exposures are higher than they are for people walking around a cell site. They said, in studies reporting positive associations, it's difficult to exclude various forms of bias, such as recall bias and retrospective exposure assessments. And finally, they conclude with, it's been more than 25 years since mobile phones were introduced, and they have been used by billions of people. These facts, combined with a consistent lack of an increase in cancer incidence in countries with high use of mobile phones, calls causality into question, simply meaning that we just have not seen an increase in brain tumors or other cancers that were of concern when wireless technology like this was introduced. So and let me just add one other thing, and that is, and I think it's maybe on the next slide. Well, I'll skip that and just tell you in words what we're talking about. The vast majority of exposure to people today of radio waves occurs from either using their cell phone or being in a room where a cell phone is being used, or in a room like this where it has Wi-Fi coverage. For cell phones, the amount of power that they emit can change by a factor of over 10,000 from the lowest level of exposure to its highest level that it's capable of. When you have good coverage in an area, and you'll see that as all the bars being lit up on the phone is now transmitted at its lowest possible level. When you're on the edge of coverage and you just maybe have one bar, it may be emitting somewhere between 1,000 to 10,000 times greater in energy than it is when you have good coverage. So for people who are concerned about exposure, it seems, counterintuitive to some people, but in fact, good coverage in an area where you have the ability to have a strong signal from your cell phone causes the vast majority of exposure, which is the cell phone itself, to go down by a factor of 1,000 to 10,000 times. So those are my general comments about health and safety, and I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. You said that 0%, there's no risk for tumor or other diseases you mentioned. But can you say with certainty that you're 100% sure there are no other effects?
So science cannot provide absolute certainty about anything. That's not what science does. Science investigates the questions that are before it with the best possible tools that we have at our disposal. But in the future, we'll have better tools, and we'll learn more about the human body and about environmental interactions. And so no one could stand before you in a credible sense and provide absolute safety. That would be to pretend that we could forecast into the future about what we'll learn. But what I can say is that we've been studying this particular agent longer than the vast majority of other agents known to science. And there is more biological research on this topic, and the conclusions I just read to you don't indicate concern than there are for virtually everything else that we have health and safety standards for.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have a question. I don't know who can answer it. Does the cell towers amplify more fire than, or the material used in cell towers? Can we say that if fire extinguish or fire generates, it creates worse than regular towers, or material used in has more flammable material?
Cell towers rarely catch on fire, very, very rarely. In fact, most of the time that cell phones catch on power, most of the times a cell tower catches on fire, it be vandalism. That's number one. Similarly, it's when they're doing actual work on it, welding. But cell towers by themselves are metal poles. They don't generate heat themselves. Some of the antennas will generate a little bit of heat, but it's not anywhere close to combustible. So cell towers themselves don't pose the same type of fire risk as even a building that has electrical circuits inside of it and heating and ducts like that. So it's actually a relatively low risk, and you just don't see fires at cell sites very often.
Thank you.
You ready, Councilman Kadri?
Yes, I am, and a question for the attorney for Crown Castle. And I understand you're the attorney and you're not the tech guy, so. Looking at this particular intersection, I know we've been talking about the concerns of the residents, but looking at the functionality of the tower, is it primarily to, is the primary target audience drivers who are commuting through Gardena and Torrance and who are using their cell phones as compared to the residents, or do you know how that breaks out?
Councilmember Kaji, thank you for the question. Michael Schonefeld on behalf of Crown Castle. To answer your question, if you look at Exhibit D in my letter, and I'm not sure if you had a chance to, but it's been in the record since the Planning Commission. It's a slide as well. It shows what the site looks like through a RF propagation study. If it's lit, that means if it's running, or if it's gone and it's not there anymore. And if you look at the exhibit that depicts the service level without the site, you'll see a big circle of white. And if you look at that big circle of white, that's really focused a lot on the residential users there, the stable users who are there and using these, whether they've got smartphones or systems inside their homes, home offices. It's getting service to those. But Redondo Beach Boulevard and any T-Mobile user who's on a phone call and driving east or west along that boulevard is going to grab onto that site as they're driving. And I would venture to say that you're going to probably have more users who are mobile and coming in and out of that proximity of that site than you will have the incumbent user there. But that said, the ring shows that if it's more than just the users of the rights of way, it is the homes. And there is a standard that the courts have ratified as being the standard for delivery, and it's delivery so that you can have connection inside your home. And so that's what the primary purpose would be for this site, is to reach those homes in that ring that we identified. It's about 2,600 feet in diameter, but also always for the mobile users coming through.
Okay, thank you.
Any of my colleagues have more questions? Okay, if not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Can I say something? Given
No,
that you've given
no,
the
no,
attorney
no, no, no,
a
no.
lot of opportunities?
It's us right here asking. If we're not asking you, you don't just come up. Yeah. No, it's us initiated. None of us asked you a question. You already had your. Ma'am. Yeah. Correct.
Motion to close the public hearing. Oh,
Sorry.
take him back.
Sorry.
That's why I allowed
I have a
that
question
last
for you.
hour. Yeah.
Yes. Some of the materials provided, are these from you, the research that you did worldwide?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
The City of Torrance petition to place a communication facility. Michelle, do you know who gave us this document? Page number 73.
I know.
Mayor, City Council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, it's something that was submitted for public comment. This is a public comment that was submitted.
It's from an Alvin Takamori.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Right, I don't think you can answer that question then.
Alvin can, he's the appellant, if you want to ask him the question.
Okay, sure.
No, you can come.
Okay, let's do it quickly. Just. My question is against the safety. There are so many information is provided here. There are so many health risks here in the documents.
Yes. Those are multiple peer-reviewed studies that show potential risks. So as they were saying, there's no absolute that these things are safe. And just because it's not an ionizing radiation, there are studies that show that non-ionizing radiation does have effects on biological entities, and there are studies that show that. You know, in the 2021 DC Circuit Court decision said the FCC regulations are arbitrary and negligible. There's nothing absolute about the FCC regulations that we're all following. And they lost that case, the Environmental Health Trust.
And the document I'm referring this document, where'd you get this document from? This is from an attorney, right?
No, it's just research that I've found.
Who did the research?
I think the Environmental Health Trust has compiled a lot of the research.
So the question I was going to ask originally was that this specific project is exempt from CEQA. Any reason? I mean, we have certain risks. Seems like they are there, but why there is no CEQA requirements for this project, Michelle? Do you know?
I believe there was a CEQA analysis in the report. Obviously we're pitch hitting for Oscar, who's now unavailable. But these are typically like 15300 series, the small structures. That's how they generally fall for exemption. And because the sites comply, they're proposed to comply with the FCC rules, it doesn't trigger a separate CEQA analysis. So 15303 is the exemption for CEQA. And again, because it complies with the health standards, it doesn't trigger a separate CEQA analysis.
The cell tower itself or the property?
The project, project is reviewed for CEQA separate from anything else.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
All right. I think Councilwoman Kalani had a motion.
A motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
How does the council wish to proceed?
I had a question.
Oh, there you go. Councilman Griffith.
I think I wanted to wait until after the public hearing was closed
I did have a question for legal, city attorney. The appellants were claiming that we're proceeding illegally on this issue, claiming that we're saying it's a redo of an existing permitted location, and they say we need to do a fully new permit. And would like clarification on what's the legal situation on that.
We disagree with them. We think we followed all of the correct procedures.
Thank you.
How does the council wish to proceed? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this issue has been before the city. We've had a number of hearings at both the telecom committee level, planning commission, now here at the city council. And as I've shared at the beginning of this public hearing, I have had numerous occasions to visit the site, speak to the residents, also speak to the proponent, Crown Castle. Just to share on background, my real estate activity has been primarily in the area of commercial development. I've developed commercial shopping centers here in Southern California, both in the city of Gardena and the city of Torrance. And over the years that I've held these properties, we've seen any number of trends in which different companies, approach us as a landlord, proposing to put in, back when they had payphones, they'd, pay us a fee for placing a payphone in. So for myself, by way of practice, while none of my properties ever had cell towers, we were approached by various companies over the years, and it's a transaction between the landlord and the wireless company. And in that transaction, there's a lease document that's agreed to by the parties, laying out the rights and privileges and conditions, restrictions on the lease. But it comes down to a lessee, in this case the wireless company, paying a rental fee to the owner. So it's a straight up commercial transaction. Now, as I had the meeting teleconference with Crown Castle, I did ask a series of questions of the executives, and I believe the attorney was also on the call, if I remember correctly. But I did focus specifically on the intersection of Van Ness and Redondo Beach Boulevard. And some of you have maybe seen the document which shows the shaded area around the intersection. So as I've grown up in the area, and it's funny that this cell tower on wheels goes by the acronym COW. I remember when Target wasn't Target. If you go back far enough, it was a dairy. And I used to go there with my brother and sister to look at the cows. So I've been around that long to see how the area has changed, also how technology has changed. And I know that we're here today to try and balance both the commercial and technological benefits of wireless that we all use on a daily basis with also the public benefit. And so for myself, once again, coming from my commercial real estate background, and also looking at the concerns of the residents, of the proximity of the cell tower, first at the back wall, right next to the houses. And also, I do commend the proponent for changing the location to move it up to Redondo Beach Boulevard to create a little more distance with the residential community. However, once again, I look at the former dairy across the street, which is now Target, and also the Ralph's supermarket. The Target property in the city of Gardena in particular has quite a bit of depth from Redondo Beach Boulevard to their closest residential units to the north. And when I did have the teleconference, I did ask Crown Castle if there had been any contact with the ownership of Target. From my recollection, it didn't sound like they had any sort of ongoing, or if there were any offer made to contract with the ownership. And I don't know if the ownership is held by Target or by a different landlord who leases the property to Target and Raising Cane's. But in my mind, if there was any sort of compromise solution, to me, that site in the city of Gardena is right on the corner of Van Ness and Redondo Beach Boulevard. And to me, it would provide a great alternative site versus the current site, which I believe Crown Castle inherited by way of acquisition. I'm not sure, but it's now their site. So I understand, their interest in keeping the site and utilizing that site because it's been a working cell tower for a number of years. But but for myself, I place a lot of credence on the concerns of the residents and the local community, because there are residents who have lived there for many years. Some have been there longer than I've been alive, and I'm going to be 68 in a few days. So I think it's important for myself as the council member representing North Torrance and this district to side with the residents. And so for myself, being a longtime resident, knowing a lot of the neighbors who live in the area, but in particular, also looking at trying to be as reasonable and fair as possible to Crown Castle, I would suggest that if it's of help to Crown Castle, I'd be more than happy to contact the mayor of Gardena, Tasha Serta, and to reach out to her and to see if that solution could be worked out to the benefit of the company. I know that if they do move from the current location, I don't know what the legal ramifications are of their lease agreement with that current property owner. But I believe that compromise can be structured in a way that will not only meet the commercial and technology needs of Crown Castle and those who use wireless technology, but also for the residents who are now living right next to that location. So I would urge my fellow colleagues, to consider taking a similar position in upholding the appeal and not approving the permit. So I do want to thank everyone who's made the presentations this evening, our resident experts, especially the expert who came down from UC Davis. I hope the weather's better here than what you experience in Northern Cal right now, but also for the residents, also for the attorney for Crown Castle, because I've learned a lot through this process, and this isn't going to be the last time that I think we as a council or our planning commission are going to have to struggle over the siting of cell towers in our community, because there will be impacts. But for that reason, I'm going to place the public benefit over the commercial interest of this cell tower. So once again, I thank you for your time tonight.
I see Councilman Shake making a motion, but but he's looking at you, so I'm trying.
Yeah, I thought you were
guys
going to make a motion, but okay. So I agree with Councilman Kaji. I think you made a very good points. I think we looked at both sides and we spent it quite detailed. And again, it was a very difficult decision to make. But at this point, I make a motion that we uphold the appeal and deny the project.
I second.
Can I jump in to make a suggestion that we might want to consider?
Sure.
Before, I know that this is a little bit quirky. I know what Councilman Kaji just said. So instead of starting the whole process all over again once we make the vote, we can, I need some help maybe from staff, what the right language would be, is push the item for future to allow the proponent to try to work it out. Staff, let me know what the option of that is, even a worthy option to consider.
Your Honorable Mayor, Council Members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, the council could, instead, if it was at the will of the council, could continue the item.
Continue. That was the word I was thinking.
To either a date certain or a date uncertain, to allow time for the applicant to see if there is another viable site.
So that would allow this process not to start from ground zero, depending on how we vote. I'm just looking for something, is that something my colleagues were thinking about before they finish their motion? Councilman Griffith, or Councilman Kalani, maybe you clicked in first. Okay, Councilman Griffiths.
If I'm understanding you correctly, you're looking at continuing it so that Crown Castle can look for another site at a different location?
At the end of the day, yes, it's
Because this is all about this site at this location.
correct.
And if it's not at this site at this location, we might as well just deny it.
Okay, I understand that, but I think I'm just trying to understand the whole process. Does that mean the whole process of finding a cell tower starts from ground zero?
If you're gonna start a new location, I would expect that to be the.
If it doesn't help, then I understand. That's what I was asking.
Mr. Mayor, if you were to, if it was the will of the council to continue this with direction to the applicant, the Crown Castle, to go look at some specific locations, and then bring back evidence as to success or failure, and leave this case open in the event that they are unable to, after a diligent effort, to secure a different location, that would keep this project alive, and it would not require them to start all over again, as it would if you were to simply deny the project tonight.
And may I?
It would require, obviously, consent from Crown Castle, because they have federal rights, and they would have to toll some of their federal rights, which you'd have to reopen to ask them if they would be willing to do that, if they have interest in doing it. But that would be one possibility if it was of the interest of the council to do that.
Okay. Councilwoman Kalani, you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I guess my comment was that I think all of us put in a lot of time in researching this, and I very much understand the concerns of the residents in the area, but there has been a cell tower there. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is it appears that they just don't want a cell tower. And so then if it's not that, then I think the two of them need to be communicating, because it appears that hasn't happened. I would like to give this all time to let them go back and communicate, quite frankly, is my thought, because a lot of work went into this for everyone. And if it is true that they don't mind a cell tower being there, then I'd like to see them communicate and find out what is acceptable to everyone. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. We heard you. I think they say they don't want it. That's what it sounds like. Councilwoman Lewis.
So that would be a question coming back from staff. Okay, so if this appeal were to be upheld, Crown Castle were to engage in, let's just say, conversations with other location sites, as mentioned tonight. None of those sites are viable. Could they not use the same documents that they've submitted in this application to refile? Because what I'm thinking of, just because they can't find another location does not necessarily mean this body is gonna issue an automatic approval to put a tower here. I think it's cleaner to make a decision, and if they can use the same paperwork, documentation, go through the same process again, then that may save some time. I don't know who I see you guys looking at each other, so I'm thinking Mr. Sullivan is getting ready to answer my question.
Well, I guess the question is if the will of the council is to look at a continuance, you should reopen the hearing and ask Crown Castle if they're interested in the continuance. As Dr. Kramer said, they have rights under federal law. So that's if you're going down that path. If you're going to make a decision tonight, whether an approval or denial, you can make that decision on your own.
And ultimately, let's just say if the appeal were upheld, they could always come back and reapply for that location if
Or they could choose litigation.
okay, so they could either reapply for the same location if an alternative cannot be located, or litigation.
Correct. Just again, as Dr. Kramer said earlier, just because other locations are out there doesn't mean that those locations want to have the cell tower.
Understood. Okay. So if I'm hearing you correctly, the next procedural matter would be to withdraw the motions, open up the public hearing, and then ask Crown Castle?
If you're going to pursue the continuance, you would have to open the hearing to talk to Crown to see if they would like to agree to the continuance or not.
Is one of the procedural options to be able to take a concurrence vote from council members to see if we want to reopen the public hearing, since there is a motion and a seconder on the floor?
The motioner or seconder could withdraw their motion at this point to let someone else make a motion, or someone can make a substitute motion to look at reopening the public hearing for a continuance and to talk to Crown Castles.
Okay, thank you.
So for clarification purposes, I think Councilman Kaji offered that he can help reaching out to Gardena Mayor. That doesn't need to be discussed here. He can, offsite, he can discuss with.
Yeah, he can choose to do whatever. That would have nothing with official
Right.
city action.
Right.
That's not our role.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, Crown Castle may not want to pursue that. They may want a decision tonight, or they may be willing to do a continuance, but that you'd have to speak to them about that.
Okay, I think we're converging. I have an idea. Councilwoman Lewis.
Okay, so I see Crown Castle Group and maybe the residents are speaking, so I'd like to offer a substitute motion what am I doing for the substitute motion to discuss it?
You would reopen the public hearing to allow you to speak to ask a question of Crown Castle, whether they'd be agreeable to a continuance or not, or
Okay.
if they'd rather have a decision tonight.
I make a substitute motion to reopen the public hearing so we can ask Crown Castle their intent.
Before you continue on, that was an assumption that the motioner in a second agree to that. I think we have to at least.
Well, a substitute motion trumps the original motion under our council rules of order.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I don't
why
need to
make the
withdraw.
motion?
Yeah. My substitute.
I second that.
Shall I click you in?
Yeah, I can't click in.
Okay. So this is voting on the substitute motion to reopen the public hearing. Start voting, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay, and the public hearing is back open. Councilman Griffith, you clicked in. Did you still want? Okay,
Yeah, I did, and now I'm trying to remember what my question was.
okay, that's all right. Does any
If it
member
comes
of the
back
coun-
to me, I'll click back.
Does any member of the council have a question or comment to make now that we're
Oh,
back
does he
to
remember?
public comment? Councilwoman Lewis, you're first in.
I think I'll yield to Griffiths first so he doesn't forget the question again.
Thanks. I am old and it's getting late.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, the question I was almost forgetting is if this appeal was upheld in denying the project, would the existing temporary site have to be removed?
Your Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Shel Ramirez, Community Development Director. The current site, we would work with the applicant in having that removed.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councilman Sheikh?
So at this point, I think we are considering asking the applicant if he wants to go with the option, discussing this in the future and working with the city for a different location. Would you like to respond?
Mayor Chen, members of the City Council, Michael Schonefeld, outside counsel for Crown Castle, thank you for the opportunity to respond. I think the concern that we see, which is not a question but a certainty, is that the opponents that are here want no facility at all. That would make a continuance a futile effort, because if Councilmember Kaji is interested in addressing the opponents here, we won't get approval from this district, the way I see it. The other issue I have is that the City Council has decided to kick the ball into another jurisdiction. And city councils do not have extraterritorial authority under their law, under their police powers, to move this to a different jurisdiction. Finally, the speculative nature of moving to a different city and engaging in a discretionary entitlement process, just different jurisdiction, which the city of Gardena is, with different city council members, different planning staff, is the big question that hovers over this whole thing. So it's pure speculation that we would ever see a facility even over there on the target. The other thing I think I'll say, I guess it's the third thing, and thank you for your indulgence. Moving this to target is infeasible because we've shown that we're trying to keep within the search ring. Moving it to target moves outside the search ring. So the concern, which I tried to address to Councilmember Kaji, isn't we are not just addressing Redondo Beach Boulevard commuters or drivers. We are addressing people in the search ring. Moving this out of the search ring renders that to be infeasible for a number of reasons. Extra-jurisdictional, extraterritorial to the city's authority, 1. 2, infeasible from a radio frequency service objective perspective. The case I wanted to cite just real quickly with a quote. Quote, a municipal corporation has no extraterritorial powers of regulation. It may not exercise its governmental functions beyond its corporate boundaries. Oakland v. Brock, it's an old case, but the principle stands. 1939, 8 Cal 2nd, 639 is the pinpoint, and that's coming out of the California Supreme Court. So that continues to be the rule, and for those reasons, we don't think a continuance is feasible, and we will take the denial.
Okay, we heard a response.
Can we ask a question?
No, we asked the questions. I see a few council members clicked in. We all heard the response, and it almost sounds like the next question would be, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. or do you have more questions?
I have a question.
Okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
My question is for Crown Castle. I would like to go back and reference some of the words that you used about this council potentially kicking the ball into a different jurisdiction. I'm going to rephrase it another way because I am still not clear on what that answer is. I'm very familiar with the area. I know there's a Target right on a corner. Right down the street, there's another business. There's a church that's there that I've actually visited a couple of times. I think what we're asking is, has the city of Gardena ever been approached about any location that is still within that 1,200-foot radius of where the existing cell tower is now? That would be my question.
Councilmember Lewis, no. The lease is in the city of Torrance, and the outreach and the CUP, of course, as you know, is applied for in the city of Torrance. Furthermore, I think in situations that are similar, making inquiries to staff is of no use in other jurisdictions for one big reason. Staff cannot opine one way or the other whether a conditional use permit will be granted because it's a discretionary matter.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, has the city of Gardena been approached about a potential relocation of the tower at any point during this process?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you're continuing with this location because that is where the original tower was before it burned down?
Yes, we wanted to rebuild.
Rebuild on the existing property?
We lost a site on the existing property. We wanted to rebuild, but that's not the only reason. I think we've made clear, I hope, that we also have a radio frequency coverage ring here that needs to be serviced. There's one. Two, yes, we have a property right. We're leaseholders. And that's why it wouldn't make much sense to go to Gardena and to see what they have to say about this. The first approach is to rebuild the site that we already had. It's an incumbent facility. It's been there for 13 years, 2009, losing track of the calendar here. But that's why. The first thing we do is to seek a conditional use permit to rebuild the site we already had.
Mm-hmm. Understood. And that's even with the community feedback, correct?
Well, Councilmember Lewis, we thought we had addressed the community feedback by moving moving the site away from the residents. I'm getting a lot of background comment here. That's what we thought we were doing, and we thought we were doing that we thought it was a win, as we said, for the community. We understood the concerns, and they made sense, and we just moved it. We moved it out of sight. We moved it out of, further away from any RF concerns, even though those aren't really part of the land use zoning regulation process. But I think it's become clear, and I think you've heard it said, that there's no place we can move this site anywhere that will mollify the opponents that have been speaking here tonight, and they've said so. And so that's a Hobson's choice or no choice at all for Crown Castle because there's no way to address those concerns.
Okay. But you understand why we're asking those series of questions. We want to make sure
Yes.
that we're doing due diligence
Absolutely,
to say
and I appreciate
within that radius that all of those locations have actually been scoped out to see if they meet the requirements of where the...
Yes, I think, again, as our predominant concern here is that it's moving it out of the jurisdictional authority of the city into a different one.
Okay, and I see City Attorney Sullivan clicked in, so I'm going to yield the rest.
Mr. Sullivan, you have something for us?
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I would suggest that the City Council convene into closed session based on a significant exposure to litigation.
Okay. We'll go to closed session right now in the back.
breaking of the Brown Act. There is nobody
I'm sorry.
threatening litigation
the
here.
meeting's not live yet.
There is no one here threatening litigation. You haven't received any letter saying there's going to be a litigation, and you're going into closed session, which is
Your
against
Honor,
the
we need to
public.
proceed with the
We
meeting.
think that this is an illegal, this is
Ma'am.
breaking the Brown Act, and I want to put that on record on this TV, that everybody's, we're putting it on record.
Okay, we're back in from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Sorry, but nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths, you're still clicked in. I just want to make sure you want to say something.
No, I'm going to withdraw my
Okay.
question at this point.
Councilwoman Lewis?
I do have one question before the motion, if that's okay. If we were to uphold the appeal tonight and, I'm sorry, deny the appeal, and move into litigation, does that change where the site could be located? Because I know where they are now, and I know they agreed to move it forward close to the roadway. How would that proceed?
Mr. Mayor and council members, if you were to uphold the appeal tonight,
Mhm.
Crown would most likely sue.
Mhm.
And the result of that is that if the court found on behalf of Crown, they would get the original site they proposed, not the one in front, so it would be in the back.
Where it is now?
Where
the
it wa-
where the
where it was
cow is
before.
now.
Where it was before, exactly.
Okay.
So that would be the likely scenario, if Crown were to sue and succeed in its litigation.
Okay.
If you were to deny the appeal tonight, which is the other side of the same coin, then the site would still be approved as per the planning commission, with the antenna in the front of the property with the equipment cabinets, which don't radiate RF, remaining in the back.
Okay, so cabinets in the back, monopole in the front,
That would be if you deny the
if we
appeal.
deny it.
That's correct.
Okay, and the other one is, it could go where it is now, the full tower.
It could go where it was before.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. If there's no more questions from the council members.
So moved.
Second it.
No, you may not. We're having discussion here. Ma'am, you're out of order, ma'am. Ma'am, you're out of order, please.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
How does council wish to proceed? Councilman Kaji.
I'd like to make a motion, and the motion would be for the council to uphold the appeal and to deny the application.
Do we have a second?
Is it to uphold the appeal?
To approve.
Yeah, I think he said to uphold the appeal, I believe.
Opposite of staff recommendation.
Yes.
Okay. So that motion fails.
Fails due to a lack of a second.
Okay. Do we have a new motion? Councilwoman Lewis?
Before we do a new motion, can I ask a question of City Attorney Sullivan? Just
Sure.
to address something?
Sure.
We're hearing from the audience that us going in closed session to consult with legal counsel was against Brown Act violations. Can you go on the record that, in fact, that is not a Brown Act violation?
It's incorrect. They keep claiming that it was a threat of litigation. That's not why we went in closed session. It was for significant exposure to litigation. They're
Correct.
two different things. They're both allowed under the Brown Act, and they're wrong.
In closed sessions?
That's correct.
I make a motion to deny the appeal and issue the permit for Crown Castle.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
Okay,
I'd like to explain my vote.
sure. Go ahead, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to explain my vote. My intention was to vote to deny the appeal primarily because the site was originally approved for a cell tower. Cell tower had been in place for many years. And to deny putting a cell tower back there that's even more advantageous for the residents, to me, just did not make sense. And that's why I personally voted to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2023-91, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a telecom permit as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 2, Article 39 of the Torrance Municipal Code to allow the installation of a replacement wireless telecommunication facility designed as a fault tree and the installation of related equipment on property located in the C2 zone at 2124 Redondo Beach Boulevard.
Ma'am, we did not ask you to speak, please. Go ahead. Man, you are ejected from the city council. Okay. I think the city clerk just read the number and title, so we need a motion.
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director and adopt resolution number 2023-91.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji voting no and Councilmember Matucci absent.
All right. Thank you for participating in this public hearing. Let's see. We're now moving on to item 11. We're trying to run a meeting here, please. Ma'am, ma'am, we're trying to run a meeting here. We heard you. We're We're now moving on to item 11, agency agendas. The city council will now take a recess without leaving their seats and meet as a public housing agency of the city of Torrance. We'll call the public housing agency meeting to order at 11:23 p.m. Agency Secretary Poirier, may I have a roll call, please?
Board Member Griffith. Board Member Kaji.
Here.
Board Member Kalani.
Present.
Board Member Lewis.
Present.
Board Member Matucci is absent. Board Member Shake.
Present.
Chair Chin.
Present. Thank you, Secretary Poirier. At this time, do any of my agency colleagues have a motion to approve the minutes of April 11th, 2023 under item 3?
Motion to approve minutes of April 11th, 2023.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths abstaining and Councilmember Matucci absent.
There are no communications or other businesses. We'll now move on to oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda or on topics of general interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Public Housing Agency. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Public Housing Agency cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard? Are you coming to speak or you're just walking? Okay.
Ejected.
James Henry, I want to thank the mayor and the city manager for fixing the TV out there in the lobby so we can watch the city council meetings out in the lobby. Things get kind of monotonous in here sometimes, so it's good to go out in the lobby to watch the city council meetings. There's only one problem. There ain't no sound coming out of it. So if you can fix that too, then you're making great progress. And thank you for fixing it in the first place.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Your Honor, just for clarification, this
Right.
is the housing agency?
Correct. Okay. This is not oral communications number 2? Yeah. Okay. You don't need to speak for orals number 2 later, but we got you. Thank you. Okay, this is the oral communications for a public housing agency. Okay. Maybe I should read the whole thing. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda or topics of general interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Public Housing Agency. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, the Public Housing Agency cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, refer item to staff. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on Public Housing Agency? I don't see any. So now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 6A. A recommendation of the Deputy Executive Director that the Board of Commissioners conduct a public hearing on significant amendment to 2023 Annual Public Housing Agency or PHA Plan. Consider any testimony received during the hearing, approve significant amendment to 2023 Annual PHA Plan, approve the PHA cost allocation plan and adopt a resolution approving the PHA administrative plan. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, good evening. Julia Smith from the Community Development Department. Good evening, honorable members of the Board of Commissioners of the Public Housing Agency. Item 6A on the Public Housing Agency agenda is to conduct a public hearing on the significant amendment to the 2023 Public Housing Agency Plan, approve the significant amendment and cost allocation plan, and adopt a resolution approving the administrative plan. Your honorable body approved the 2023 PHA annual plan on April 11, 2023. The significant amendment does 4 functions. So first, to implement new HUD-required national standards for the physical inspection of real estate for all assisted units. 2, to make some programmatic changes regarding term of assisted tenancy and changes in household composition to allow for shorter lease terms and limit household members moving in and out of units. 3, to implement a cost allocation plan to equitably distribute costs among the voucher programs that the agency administers. And 4, to administer a new stability voucher program. The Stability Voucher Program is targeted for people experiencing homelessness. The city has received an allocation of 7 stability vouchers from HUD. The changes to the administrative plan include the required MOU with the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority for participant referrals. At this time, staff recommends that the Board of Commissioners open the public hearing and take public testimony. Upon completion of the public hearing, staff would ask that the Board of Commissioners approve the significant amendment and cost allocation plans and adopt a resolution approving the PHA administrative plan. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Does any member of the council have any questions or comment to staff? Anyone from the public who wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Does the board wish to take action on this matter? Secretary Poirier? Yeah, I'm looking for a number and title here.
Your Honor, this is resolution number PHA 2023-02, resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Public Housing Agency of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the administrative plan for the Section 8 Rental Assistance Program.
I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of Deputy Executive Director and adopt resolution number PHA 2023-02.
Make a motion to approve resolution PHA 2023-02.
Second.
And can we add the cost allocation plan to that too?
Yes. Adding the cost allocation plan and approval to PHA 2023-02.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Do either of the directors or officers have anything to report to the agency at this time? I don't see any. I would like to thank you all for your participation and ask either of my colleagues for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting of the Public Housing Agency of the City of Torrance.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting for the Public Housing Authority for the City of Torrance.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Thank you. Now we'll recess as a Public Housing Agency and reconvene as City Council. There are no second reading of ordinances. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications number 1 are limited to oral communication number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If you're handing out copies, please provide 11 copies. Do Do we have anyone from the public who has not spoken in oral communications number 1?
James Henry. I want to thank the mayor and the city manager for fixing the TV out in the lobby so we can watch the city council meetings out in the lobby. There's only one problem, there's no sound on the TV. So maybe next time you can fix the sound too, so we can watch it and hear it at the same time out in the lobby. I want to thank you once again for fixing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
Good evening. A little frustrated tonight. I apologize in advance. I wish that when you guys speak, that you would be as loud as you are when you're kicking people out. You get up there and you guys don't enunciate. The lady that was just up here was up here and she was 5 times the speed. We could not understand her. We could not hear her because the microphone wasn't even positioned correctly. Also, why can't that TV get fixed? We can't see on these. And we sit over there for a reason. It's because of these jokers that when you do kick them out, you let the audio keep going while they get to say their chants and rants and all that crap. And maybe the audio should be cut off once you eject them so it doesn't go out of the airwaves.
Thank you. Got it. Anyone else from the... I don't see anyone else, so I'm not even going to ask. Okay, let's take it back up to the council. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Your Torrance Theater Company is starting their 2023-2024 season with Dangerous Corners, a thriller of secrets, passions, and lies. It begins on Saturday, October 7th through October 28th at 1316 Cabrillo Avenue in downtown Torrance. So please go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com to get your tickets, come early, and enjoy dinner at any of our wonderful downtown restaurants. And then personally, I would just like to say it's my honor to serve with all of you on the council and staff. I really appreciate you all and thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
That was nice, thank you. I want to take the opportunity to wish Council Member Aurelio Matucci a very, very happy birthday, and hope he's celebrating with family and friends tonight. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a busy week. We attended the League of California Cities, and I'd like to congratulate our Chief Jay Hart. He was the panel member. He did a great job. Thank you, sir. I also accompanied by my colleague, Councilman Griffiths. It was a good networking. I attended at least 5 to 6 sessions. Very helpful. Also, we had annual Coastal Cleanup Day at Torrance Beach with my Councilwoman Kalani and Mayor George Chin, and also Councilman Kaji was there too. It was a good event. I think this is the 26th year we have done that. So great job to the community to be volunteer to clean up the beaches. And happy birthday to our Councilman Matucci. A request to our community members to spare a few minutes to watch Torrance City Cable for future Torrance events and for current city activities. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Want to wish everybody a good night. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji, the soon-to-be happy birthday. Oops, was I supposed to say that?
Too late. Thank you, everyone, for showing up at the beach. I had a great time, but I didn't go where all the trash was, so I only came up with a few pieces of plastic, and other people, I don't know where all the trash is. I think it was in the ice plant, so next year I'll do a better job. And I'm looking forward to visiting our sister city and our friendship city, so looking forward to getting back to you with all the positive results. Have a good evening.
Well, thank you very much. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. As you can see, we had a very active evening. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. All the decisions we made, sometimes it doesn't make everybody happy, but you know, we have done our due diligence, and I appreciate my colleagues for going through the hearing tonight. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you miss any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 5:00 p.m. for closed session, regular business commencing at 6:30 in the council chambers. Tuesday, October 3rd and October 10th are council dark nights.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Matucci absent.
Good night.